Greetings, greetings. Greetings, Mr. Wizard. Good to see you, sir. RIP once again to Mr. Davy. So we got a little clip here. I'll let it roll. Shout out to Elusive Truths. Hope all is well with you, sir. Again, I could start with this clip. This is more fitting. Well, I guess it's a full moon as well, so they're both fitting. But I'll just play this one first.
You are now tuned into another edition of the Truth Zone. As always, this is your host, Truth Seeker here. And as always, I would ask that you would share the content, like the video. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button and also comment down below. I want to hear from each and every one of you. Let's talk more about this whole coronation thing that happened with the king. Charles, Prince Charles became King Charles. Of course, right here we see them flashing the pyramid hand symbol that we've seen many people flash, that I've talked about. How most, if not all, these high-ranking members, these celebrities and famous people and politicians and stuff like that will flash these hand signs. They will secretly flash these hand signs. And you know, is it all by coincidence? That's why I got to ask you. No, it's not. And of course, you know, you got the pyramid right there for all to see. And that's all these people always use, is the same signs and the same symbols over and over and over and over again. These people do all the things that they do by codes. They do this stuff for you to see. And like I said, I won't be surprised if the Lakers don't end up winning it all this year, because, you know, you got King James. Now, you can come back to this video later if it doesn't happen, and you can call me wrong or whatever. Like I said, I don't get everything right. I'm just taking a wild guess. I'm not pretending and proclaiming like I know everything, because I don't know everything. And, you know, also sometimes I can also flip the script. But it's just something worth keeping your eyes on. And of course, Katy Perry was at this coronation, and she was wearing a very interesting necklace. Here you see Saturn right there on her necklace. And of course, she has her hat positioned in such a way for this photo where it's covering one of her eyes. That's done on purpose. And you're probably like, oh, Truth, that you're saying that we can't wear, you know, tilted hats.
I just want to make one little critique. I just want to say, Truth Seeker, I feel like he's trying to sound a little bit slang, a little street or something. He's kind of like putting an accent to his. Truth Seeker, you don't got to try so hard, man. You know, when I've talked to you, you were really down to earth, man, and just do your thing, man. Just be you. Yeah. Anyway.
Nah, you can wear tilted hats, but this was done for a reason. She knew exactly what she was doing. Katy Perry is part of the club.
That Saturn necklace is something else, man.
Prince Charles, King Charles, whatever you want to call him, is part of the club. They all are part of the same club. They all are part of the same Illuminati club. It's one big club. And also, Prince Charles, King Charles, has strong ties to the World Economic Forum. And Klaus Schwab always talks about how there's going to be a great reset. That's what they're pushing. And here you even see this logo.
All right, I'm just going to play it on the regular browser because it's a little slow. It's a little slow. There's a lot of time between I'm just gonna play this regular version here, so I could throw it in 1.5 speed. Cause that's just how my brain works, man. I can't watch stuff in normal speed, especially when there's like a long pause. It looks like Mr. Mitch is live. Well, I didn't watch anything about this Met Gala crap. Jerry Springer. But yeah, my stream where I covered the whole Jerry Springer being a family friend of mine thing, that one got taken down. But I could show the clip again. It is funny and it lives on. So Jerry Springer giving a shout out to my girl.
And over again. These people do all the things that they do by codes. They do this stuff for you to see. And like I said, I won't be surprised if the Lakers don't end up winning it all this year because, you got King James. Now, you can come back to this video later if it doesn't happen, and you can call me wrong or whatever. Like I said, I don't get everything right. I'm just taking a white coronation. And she was wearing a very interesting necklace. Here you see Saturn right there on her necklace. And of course, she has her hat positioned in such a way for this photo where it's covering one of her eyes. That's done on purpose. And you're probably like, oh, truth, that you're saying that we can't wear, tilted hats. No, you can wear tilted hats, but this was done for a reason. She knew exactly what she was doing. Katy Perry is part of the club. Prince Charles, King Charles, whatever you call him, is part of the club. They're all a part of the same club. They're all a part of the same Illuminati club. It's one big club. And also, Prince Charles, King Charles, has strong ties to the World Economic Forum. And Klaus Schwab always talks about how there's going to be a great reset. That's what they're pushing. And here you even see this logo that is featured above his head. If you count up all the lines and each of the pieces to this logo, you got 666 right there for you to see. Now, this logo is a Prince of Peace logo. And this logo was back in 2020. This is before Queen Elizabeth's demise. So they've been foreshadowing that he was going to become the king eventually for a little while, if you really think about it. But they're talking about how there needs to be a great reset. He has strong ties to the World Economic Forum. So he's obviously going to be a key player in all this stuff to come. With all the things that he's talking about that he wants to push and things like that. You can go do your research on all the things that he's talking about that he wants to push. Unfortunately, I can't really delve much into everything on this platform. But I'm sure that you can put two and two together and go do your research and you'll see exactly everything that he was talking about and all the things that he wants to do. But these people want us to own nothing. Be happy. While they push all the stuff that they push. And of course, also, it's quite ironic that the day that they did this was on Saturnday or Saturday. Because Saturday was named for Saturn. And the Romans worship a god named Saturn. But Saturn is basically, once you go do your research and find out everything, Saturn is tied to Satanism. It's Satan. This is why you see a lot of celebrities and brands and things like that always talking about or even having tattoos of Saturn or having Saturn displayed somewhere in a logo because Saturn represents Satan. Nike's one big one that's all about Saturn. And also look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie like they always say. The Jesus equals 56. Royal family equals 56 in reduction. Freemasons in reverse reduction equals 56. Church of Satan in reduction equals 56. And the coronation took place on 5/6, 56. So this was nothing more than another Illuminati ritual right out in the public for you all to see. Where they want people to pledge allegiance to this guy. This is nothing more than a bunch of satanic rituals done. Illuminati rituals done. And you can see all the things that he wants to push that I thought. So there's going to be a lot of things to come out of all this. Also, it's quite ironic too. There's a video going viral where people said that they seen the Grim Reaper during the coronation. Now, obviously, this more than likely was not the Grim Reaper. It was probably just, someone dressed up and just walking by, and it just looks like the Grim Reaper. But that should tell you all that you need to know that there is a lot of eerie things on the horizon. It's also quite ironic too. Now that I'm thinking about it some more, how Prince Charles, King Charles, is tied with the World Economic Forum, and then you have all this stuff happening with the banking stuff and all that stuff. So that's another tie. And you're watching the financial system go down, and then you have this guy officially getting installed as the king. So that should tell you all that you need to know too. There's a lot of eerie things surrounding this stuff. And it pays to be on the lookout for all of these signs and these symbols. To do your research, to research the numbers. Because this stuff is all purposely done. This isn't done by no accident. This is done for a reason. Also, another thing, I want you all to really explain this one too. Why is Camilla wearing an upside down cross bracelet on her wrist? Or I should call it Queen Camilla now. Wearing an upside down cross bracelet on her wrist. So there's definitely a lot of weird things that was surrounding this coronation today. A lot of strange stuff. As always, I do want to hear from each and every one of you. I just want to know your thoughts about all this. What do you think about all this? Do you agree? Do you disagree? I love hearing from all of you. I do thank you for your continued praise and your continued support. I need all the prayers and all the support that I can possibly get. We all do. We are all in this together. We are all truth seekers. It's just some very, 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 very weird times that we are in. But one thing you can surely say is this year really has not been boring at all. There's been a lot of weird things going on. But as always, this is your host, Truth Seeker, signing out.
If I want something that I've never had, I have to do.
Shout out to the lovely Miss Verily and Mr. Keith, Mr. Word Wizard. And yeah, all y'all out there, we're just getting started. So yeah, we're just surfing, doing information, spreading, pounding, coming, and all that good stuff. Until more people drop in and whatnot, I'm just chilling. I'm gonna pack a little bowl here and just get started. So get some snackage. I don't really have a rubric for tonight. So the link to join is pinned. Or actually, no, it's not pinned. I'm going to add it to the description. I always try to do this beforehand. I sometimes forget. That way I don't have to always drop it or pin it, and it's just in the description. So shout out to Uncle Jesus. Jesus! Holy eternal omnipresent greetings. Wow, I sounded like Mr. Archaics there. Holy eternal omnipresent greetings. Fresh out of the prison next door.
Hey, nice balance.
Insane in the membrane of my brain, and I don't really want to fucking change. Going on cause I can, whipping up that cocaine in that pan. He's got the best backgrounds, man. NJ Jeep Girl can say what she wants. Yeah, and he might be an agent. I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't know. I don't think he is, but I don't know. Whatever. Sick intros, they're clean. I think what it is, like Timmy hit it on the Timmy hit the nail on the head when he said that a lot of what Days does, like a lot of people, is kind of keep them focusing on the circus without really providing a solution. So I feel that 100%. But anyway, I'll be right back. Is that better? 1.5? No, a little slower. 9 1/4. Maybe normal speed.
Nietzsche's proclamation of the death of God.
And this is normal speed. Now, for me, this is really hard, but I can do it. I can do it. Maybe I can adapt.
The beginning of the modern age, the age in which science and technology have largely replaced religion as the bodies of knowledge and the activities that society depends on and lives by. At least one traditional understanding of what God means was at an end. Even as far back as Galileo, the idea was already coming in that the way the world works is neither moral nor purposive, but simply mechanical.
So it's got like a slight variation. Like each one, like you'll notice, like each one's a little bit different. You know, like this part I think is new. I haven't seen this part.
Good morning. This is October 5th, 1997. I have checked
Yeah,
our
Illumitami's not here right now, but I hear you.
services, scanned 8 magazines and 18 newspapers, and accessed the New York, Tokyo, and Paris databases. Here are 3 items you may be interested in.
Oh, you recording me? No, don't record.
It is good to meet you, Archbishop Richard Forganen. Holier than thou, omnipresent, redemptive greetings. I'm wondering if there's any relation between you and our friend here, Mr. Uncle Jesus. If there is, welcome both of you, brother and brother, cousin and cousin, possibly. I'm not sure.
We ourselves consist physically of atoms, and we know that all the atoms have their frequencies. It is theoretically possible to pick up all of our frequencies and actually send us by radio.
You mean we'll be able to transmit ourselves somewhere else?
Yes.
To be reconstituted in some distant place?
Yeah.
Telling you everything you need to know about your key to the information age. The information age.
You aren't recorded, are you?
No.
Okay.
Just seeing that Bible there makes me want to play. Oh man, you know what it makes me want to play? I'll just put it in on the background. I'll sync it up. I'll cue it up for after.
Now, another technological revolution, the digital disc. Like all revolutions, this one took time, almost 10 years, and money, approximately $400 million to develop.
We don't take no well.
The information age.
'20th century man was so content with the material comforts, which he was understandably proud of achieving, that he felt suspicious and resentful of those people who tried to tell him that all was not well with the world. Or isn't this the way to sum up the 20th century? It depends on you and me how the future will sum it up. We are now, by our commitments and our evasions, writing that statement for the future historian to decipher.
Bricks, you believe in evil?
As an idea.
Do you believe in the power of darkness?
As a superstition.
Now there you were wrong. The power of darkness is more than just a superstition. It is a living force which can be tapped at any given moment of the night.
And now for something completely different.
Different. Different.
Different.
You are an old man who thinks in terms of nations and peoples. There are no nations, there are no peoples, there are no regions, there are no Arabs, there are no third worlds, there is no West. There is only one holistic system of systems. Holistic system of systems. Systems. You get up on.
Yeah, any video you got, man, drop it, especially if it's short, like 10 or 20 or less, and I'll try to download it. It's usually pretty fast, so go for it.
Little 21-inch screen and howl about America and democracy. There is no America. There is no democracy.
How weird is this, Joseph? One day you go to get a vaccine, and the next you're live on national TV.
Very weird.
I understand that completely.
Peace. Peace to you all. Gotta get into it, man. I gotta start the show off a little different today. We received some unfortunate news this week, and I can't. I have to be honest that it's kept me in a dark place. I'd say we lost somebody, and I know we lose people all the time. It's always something. Somebody passes. We're gonna have a show today. Okay, there was a possibility we weren't going to have a show because I just didn't know if I was up to it. But there's so much to talk about, and we got to talk about these things. But we lost a fellow truth.
I'm not sure if he's going to say Davy Crocco. I doubt it. Or if he's going to be mentioned not Mark Morales. What was his name? Is it Mark Morales? Mike Morales, sorry.
This week, and we've lost a lot over the years. I know Jeff C passed not too long ago. R.I.P. Jeff C. If I'm going to be honest, I never knew Jeff C. And if I have to be completely honest, I don't think I ever witnessed any of his work, unfortunately. Let me turn this on. Thank you for being with me, guys. But
dude.
A lot of people, Davy Crocco, he was like a guerrilla truther, guerrilla journalism. He was kind of under the radar. He wasn't super known. At least those who knew him. You know what I mean? Like those who were really deep in the research knew Crocco. And people aren't familiar with this because we lost touch a while back, but we were in contact pretty heavy for a short time, way before a lot popped off. This was back in 2018 when, at least I think he was just getting started, and I was too. I remember I was in it for a couple of years, but I remember, for those that have been around, you guys remember when this main channel got hit. I think I had 2 strikes, and I just stopped doing anything on this channel, and then we went over to the backup and we started the Nightline, and we did the Nightline for about 1.5 years, I think. And forgive me, guys. I remember he was doing great work, and I can't remember exactly how I stumbled upon him. I don't know if it was through the Owen Benjamin saga with ROTC. I was lurking during that whole situation and just studying because it was a big thing. And I remember Crocco was doing some good work, and I reached out to him, and I was just encouraging him because I remember he was having some issues, and I remember he was going on about his opiate addiction. And it hit me because, I suffered opiate addiction as well at one time in my life, as I've explained in the past.
So, yeah, I didn't watch any of this. So, It's just kind of new to me. That's why I'm watching it, because I didn't know he was going to touch on Davy Crocco. So this is interesting.
I had a pretty bad sports injury, and I went under the knife several times within a year, and I was on opiates for about a year straight. And you know how it is. Your body becomes addicted, and it's hard to function without it. It took me a while to function normally without it. So I really identified with his issue, his struggle, and I reached out to him, and I was just trying to encourage him, and you know, we just were going back and forth, and then we both really at the same time were hitting the Juicy Smollett situation heavy. Like he was going in, I was going in on the Nightline. You guys remember? And we were just vibing. And shortly thereafter, a lot changed. As far as what I was doing, and he started getting involved with other people, and life happens, man. I was going through things. I was in the middle of moving and trying to maintain, my life, and then COVID hit, and how things went after that. I started a new show on this channel, and so much happened, and we just kind of lost touch. And we always had planned on getting together and doing work, and oh man, it's just.
Hey, so I'm gonna let this run for a minute because I spilled my bong, and yeah, I get it. All right, well, I could play this in the meantime. All right, Tribe has got a clip here. Let's see what this clip is, man. This looks interesting. Let's just say that.
Hi, we are here to pick up the child from your ER to go to Children's Hospital ER. Can you give me a report?
That's not my patient. We called you guys 4 hours ago that his nurse has gone to lunch, but I can tell you what I think I know.
Yeah, well, we've been really busy with bullshit calls to take Granny home and are backed up. So what is the problem, and why is this patient going to another ER?
He is 17 and has a fever of 100.1. You have to hurry, because he will be 18 at midnight. That is in 15 minutes. If you don't take him now, we will have to treat him here, and we aren't capable of treating children.
He's 17 and has a fever? Are you fucking kidding me? You're going to charge him $1,000 ambulance ride and another emergency room bill from the other hospital? Just give him some Tylenol and call it a day.
No, we do not treat children.
He will be 18 in 15 minutes, and you can treat him them. How long has he been in this emergency room?
He has been here for 4 hours. We called you while he was still in triage.
You people are completely useless, do you know that? Where is the transfer paperwork?
It's not ready yet. He does have a PCS form ready though.
And what reason did you put for why he needs an ambulance?
He is bedridden, altered mental status, general weakness, oxygen dependent, and needs a cardiac monitor.
You're fucking kidding me. Where is he now?
I think he is outside smoking a cigarette and making cell phone calls right now. He should be back shortly.
I'm not taking this fucking patient. Even if I left now, he will be 18 when I get there, and they will not accept him, and I will bring him right back here.
No, he will be on diversion by then. You have to take him right now.
What have you guys even done for him as far as treatment goes?
We gave him a comfortable chair in the waiting room, and then called you.
You fucking stupid lazy nurses just piss us all off, you know that? You have spent 4 hours trying to get out of 10 minutes worth of work.
I am incapable of making my own decisions without a doctor's permission. I didn't go to school to make decisions, only to follow orders.
And where is the puppet master now?
He is working on transferring our other 8 patients. We already called your dispatch for them too.
Well, it's now midnight and this child is now a legal adult. We are not taking him, and he is your patient still, so I would hurry up and get the Tylenol ready to treat him with.
I'm going to call your supervisor and complain. You wasted time on purpose, so you wouldn't have to take him.
Like, this voice is probably the worst thing I've ever heard, maybe in my life. So I just wanted to add that little part in.
Is the paperwork for him even ready yet?
No.
Do you even know how to treat him?
You already told me how, so I will give him some dopamine.
I said Tylenol.
Right, it's what I said. Tylenol.
Maybe we should take him and everyone out of here before you kill them all.
That's a great idea. Then I can work on making my fat ass fatter by eating these Cheetos and hotcakes and catch up on my American Idol.
You are a fucking retarded cockroach, you know that? It's no wonder anybody even comes here when all you do is transfer them out.
That's our job. Referrals to other hospitals. The paperwork will be ready in 10 minutes. You can load him on your stretcher now and move into your ambulance.
No, we are not taking him. He is your fucking patient. So maybe you should start earning your $45 an hour and do something.
I'm calling your supervisor and telling him you were mean to me and refused a patient. You sexually harassed me and were also mean to the patient. I'm going to get you fired.
Yeah, good luck with that, fatty. My dead body would reject your nasty ass. From now on, don't call us. We'll call you.
So it looks like we got a new video from Mr. Ian here. I also want to look at Waters Above's video. And I mean, I really should reply to some people when they message me, but I'm just such a skeptical person that when a big creator, quote unquote, reaches out to me, I'm just skeptical. And then when multiple do it within a short period of time, it's I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird. But again, I'm a very conspiratorial minded person, so it could just be the result of. And yeah, I agree with this person here. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this guy, Sean, but anyway, so that video was fucked, Mr. Tribe. I want to see what Ian's up to. You guys want to see what Ian's up to? And then maybe we could see what Keith's last video is about, although it's an hour and a half, and Ian's is only 6 minutes, so yeah. Anyway, all right.
Much love and good evening. It is May 6, 2023, about 9 p.m. Western time on this lovely Saturday evening. So I just want to say what's up, give everyone an update on what's been going on. You know, I've been feeling the vibe of a break. I guess my intuition's been telling me, you know, that a break is coming, and I guess I turned into I need to take a break. Then I didn't, drama happened, and then now I see why I was feeling the vibes of a break from YouTube, you know? So I've been dealing with some serious matters, very serious, and it's been very difficult, and you know, we got to be careful during these times right now, because with this the energy's flowing, it's like everything's bubbling over, and you know, all of our thoughts and things that we've been manifesting, whether we know it or not, are all bubbling over, and just
When you say you lulled multiple times, I'm not sure if you're talking about at that last video. And I didn't mean this is fucked like that last video is fucked. Like, no, it was on point, but just the voice, man. God, I hate like certain cringy voices. I just can't. I even hate the word cringe. The word cringe is cringe to me. Or any trendy fucking. Anyway, all right, let's just finish this interesting Ian update
good ways
here.
or
Ian update, guys.
bad ways. Always, you never know how it's going to manifest itself. It's just how you deal with it. That's all that really matters. A lot of these things are out of our control. So I've been gone about a month. I haven't done much in the last month. Feels like a lot longer than that. But we will be back soon, and I'm excited about that. But you know, lately I've been just like super worried, like not just all paranoid, walking around everywhere. Just you know, my intuition has it saved my life a few times, and other people's, and also it's got me out of some serious trouble quite a few times. And I think, you know, most of us, especially in the community, can relate with that and knows exactly what I'm talking about. But you know, at the same time, the intuition can kind of bring you down, or you don't want to believe it, you know, or you just deny it and you keep pushing forward. And then what you thought, what you denied, what you foresaw happening, and you denied because you didn't want to believe it. Now you have regrets for not acting on it, or doing something. You know what I mean? In some way. I'm sure a lot of people know exactly what I'm talking about. So I haven't been much around communities or anything. Every once in a while, I'll pop into maybe a random live stream and just check it out for a minute. Other than that, nothing. I just got back a trip from my mom's. I'm going to go on another one. So everybody, I would appreciate it. Everyone that's listening in the community, send positive, high vibes, healing vibes to my mother, who's my best friend. I love her to death, and she's an angel, and she's, you know, my best friend, my mom. She's everything to me, and so it was nice visiting her the other day. I just realized the stream set up. I kind of went last minute to go see my mom for a few days, and then I realized now that I've been having a stream waiting for me to to fire it up, but we're gonna have to postpone that one. And but it's nice going to visit her because it's in the mountains. It's a couple hours away, but it's in Lake County, California, Clear Lake, and it's so beautiful. It's like going from Sacramento Valley to Lake County, and it's only 100 miles away. It's going from one of the dirtiest airs in the country, air quality, to one of the best air qualities in the country. And it's like as soon as you get into the mountains, it's like time slows down. It's and driving through there and just being there was just like, wow, it's so refreshing, you know. It's nice. So anyways, just want to give everyone a quick update, and we'll be back. We'll be doing our thing randomly when the vibes are right. I'll be going live, and I'm sure a lot of us during these times are dealing with serious matters. You know what I mean? But I definitely am, and that's why I've been gone. So just want to let everybody know. But I really love everybody, miss everybody, and this community is one of my favorite places to be is with the community, you know. And so I appreciate you all, and I'll see you guys soon. Everybody, take care of yourself, and much love.
All right, so prayers for Ian's mom and him and everybody. What in the world? Okay, I gotta see what this is. I just realized I really should have switched tabs, and I totally just gave an unnecessary kind of like subconscious advertisement to everybody there. So, but aren't I gonna get hit? Aren't I gonna get hit for that, Wiz? Because it's on a fucking even at, or is that the trick? Is playing it at double? This is DD, guys. We've already seen this video though, but he played this on Paul's channel, and I'm pretty sure, didn't you play this on OTW's channel too? So now we're playing it on my channel, but it is a pretty dope.
Tell them what you got real quick, man. 618s, but we're only got 5 right now, so 4K on each one, clamping about 5K to each set. Okay, which amps you got? Crescendo Audio VC4Ks. 4Ks. 190 amp hours of C-Max lithium, 3 alternators, mids and highs, steel cage, foam everywhere.
I'm talking about solid. Solid.
Do you have any idea how bad this shit is for your eardrums, bro? DD, do you have any idea, bro? Can you even hear? Like, can you even hear after this? Like, I can't even wear the fucking headphones, dude. Like, the earbuds in real life. I'm speaking of the fucking laptop microphone now. Just fuck wearing headphones, listening to that. Like, bro, it's just noise, you know? It just comes off as fucking noise. Not straight up ass noise. Like a bass fart. A never ending bass fart.
Take it easy.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Oh my god. I wonder if I can get close enough to where. Hey, who? And this is fourth order.
Bring it, man.
You know what, man? I'm just thinking. I don't remember. If correct me if I'm wrong, but if you're on the west coast of Florida, correct me if I'm wrong. But I have a my first car, and I'm only on my second. So, but my first car is on the west coast of Florida, and I live on the east coast, near the east coast, pretty close to, and like a half hour from there, half hour from like Hollywood Beach. Usually is where I'm usually residing around. But anyway, so I got a link in there that I'm thinking of just junking or selling for parts. But if you're over there, man, you're welcome to grab it off me. Anyway, fascinating video. Yeah.
And during the few moments that we have left, we want to talk right down to that in a language that everybody here can easily understand.
Yeah, I don't know, Keith. I don't know if I'm able to play that like that. But no, don't get me wrong, dude. I would definitely I would definitely listen to that, but I just wouldn't do it for a long period of time, and I'd probably do it with with earbuds, or earphones, ear like protectors. You know what I mean? But anyway, yeah, pretty extreme, pretty extreme. But yeah, Wizard claims that I can put this on double speed and be all right. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure, so I don't want to risk it. So I'm not really sure who this Jeff dude is, but he's always, I think he shows with 6079 Smith, Mr. Smith, or Agent Smith, as some might call
Would
him.
you please support my campaign? Oh, hell no. Not now, not ever.
Kind of insufferable. Kind of.
It's bad when the president of the United States goes to corrupt.
Yeah, I can't. Mr. Mitch is live.
Let's also be clear. The future is not just happening. The future is built by us.
That the whole idea that humans have, they have this soul or spirit and they have free will and nobody knows what's happening inside me. So whatever I choose, whether in the election or whether in the supermarket, this is my free will, that's over. Today, we have the technology to hack human beings on a massive scale. Yeah, everything is being digitalized. Everything is being monitored. In this time of crisis, you have to follow science.
Decarbonization of the economy.
Where are they traveling? How are they traveling? What are they eating? What are they consuming on the platform? So individual carbon footprint tracker. Stay tuned. We don't have it operational yet, but this is something that we're working on.
My top recommendation, honestly, would be just to have a carbon tax.
It's often said that you should never allow a good crisis to go to waste, because a crisis is an opportunity to also do good reforms that in normal times people will never agree to. But in a crisis, you see, we have no chance. So let's do it. Surveillance. People could look back in 100 years and identify the coronavirus epidemic as the moment when a new regime of surveillance took over, especially surveillance under the skin, which I think is maybe the most important development of the 21st century, is this ability to hack human beings, to go under the skin, collect biometric data, analyze it, and understand people better than they understand themselves. This, I believe, is maybe the most important event of the 21st century. By hacking organisms, elites may gain the power to re-engineer the future of life itself. Because once you can hack something, you can usually also engineer it.
Natural selection is replaced by intelligent design. The era of inorganic life is now beginning.
In the coming decades, AI and biotechnology will give us godlike abilities to re-engineer life and even to create completely new life forms. We are about to enter a new era of inorganic life shaped by intelligent design. Our intelligent design.
Nobody will be safe if not everybody is vaccinated.
Are you vaccinated? If I
Yes.
may ask?
Yeah. I'm very pro-vaccination. I believe the science is unequivocal.
The difference of this fourth industrial revolution is
unequivocal science, guys. Follow the experts. Unequivocal.
It doesn't change what you are doing. It changes you. If you take genetic editing, just as an example, it's you who are changed. And of course, this has a big impact on your identity.
Can you imagine that in 10 years when we are sitting here, we have an implant in our brains, and I can immediately feel, because you all will have implants, and we measure your brain waves, and I can immediately tell you how some people react, or I can feel how some people react to your answers. Is it imaginable?
Just think of sensors planted into our brains.
Basically implanted in your skull. So, but it would be flush with your skull. So you basically take out a chunk of skull, put the Neuralink device in there. You put the electrode, you'd insert the electrode threads very carefully into the brain.
To build basically an interface to the brain.
Yeah. Electrode to neuron interface at a micro level.
Okay, what is it? Like I have like a plug in my head that's going to fit into a hard drive? Like, or how does that work?
Yeah. A chip and a bunch of tiny wires.
This would be implanted surgically. And it would do what? Could you input? Could you download Jim?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What?
The long-term aspiration for Neuralink would be to achieve a symbiosis with artificial intelligence.
What we have seen so far is corporations and governments collecting data about where we go, who we meet, what movies we watch. The next phase is the surveillance going under our skin. COVID is critical because this is what convinces people to accept, to legitimize total biometric surveillance.
One of the things that I think is so essential to free and open societies is freedom of thought. And up until now, the conversation we've been having is around freedom of speech. Once we can access people's thoughts and access people's emotions, we have to create a space that enables people to think freely.
What the fourth industrial revolution will lead to is a fusion of our physical, our digital, and our biological identities. It is important to use the COVID-19 crisis as a timely opportunity. So people assume we are just going back to the good old world which we had, and everything will be normal again in how we are used to normal, in the old fashion. This is, let's say, fiction. It will not happen. The cut which we have now is much too strong in order not to leave traces. The future is not just happening.
The future is built by us.
You will eat the bugs, you see, yes?
Now is much too strong in order not to leave traces. The future is not just happening. The future is built by us.
Yeah, I've seen this guy before, Didi. I mean, I've played a couple of his videos. You know, I don't know. I don't know where some of these internet sensations come from per se, but could be organic if it'll play.
Well, I guess change maker. I'm 13 and I feel like I can change the world, and I've already started my positive impact on it.
What have you done? How have you changed the world so far?
So aside from inventing a whole bunch of different stuff that probably won't matter now, but my most recent thing, which has gotten me a little bit of attention online, is
Yeah, that was an accident. That was an accident. All right. Still getting the hang of this whole, using a computer deal, I guess is what it is. Hold on. What is this guy Mitchell doing here?
This is for your own good. You're gonna get arrested if you don't move. All right?
Put up tape.
If you don't leave, you're going to jail. Okay.
I don't have to leave. I'm on a public sidewalk.
There's literally a wire behind you.
All right, you're standing under it.
Yeah, we're moving across the street.
All right, well, I'm following you.
All right, come on, let's go.
I'm following you, pussy. Don't fucking put your hands on me again, you little bitch. What's your name? What's your name, you little fucking bitch? What's his name? What's his name? What's his name? If you tell me his name, put up tape.
Back up. Go. Stop. Like, why are you doing this? Just go.
In public, boy.
This point, he's interfering with us.
No, I'm not interfering.
Yes, you are, man. Put your hands behind your back. You're being detained. We're asking multiple times to leave the scene, and you won't do it. All right? We're literally doing an investigation here, and you're interfering with it. We've told you many times. You're under arrest. Yeah, he's right here. He's coming. Okay, he's not 390. Oh, no. Yeah, I just finished with him. We're asking multiple times to leave the scene, and you won't do it. All right? We're literally doing an investigation here, and you're interfering with it. We've told you many times. You're under arrest. Yeah, he's right here. He's coming. Okay, he's not 390. Oh, no. Yeah, I just finished with him.
All right, yeah. So that's Mr. Mitch. Here, I'll drop his. Check him out when you get the chance. Oh no, I don't think that was live. That wasn't live, was it?
Let's do it. Yeah, you can know.
She took all
I'm out. Peace. I don't know what the fuck that car's doing. It's weird to see. There's no one out here. But yeah, I can barely see. There's nothing but me in the woods. I don't know where you're going. Where you? Great, buddy. You can give me my spot.
We're about to find out if that was
I'm out.
live.
Peace.
He said, "I'm out. Peace." And then I think he, yeah, he's playing a video.
Put up tape. Put up
I
tape.
know, we're not gonna do that. There's literally a light
Don't
bulb. You
touch
gotta
me,
move.
motherfucker.
No, so this is one of his arrests. I think he's presenting this. He's playing this video. So I think this arrest was from a couple weeks ago. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's probably why Mitch kind of fell off there for a second. But
You gotta
Don't
move.
touch me, pussy.
Okay. You gotta move.
Don't
brother.
fucking
You gotta
touch me.
move. And this is for your own good.
Don't
You're gonna get
fucking
arrested
touch
if you
me.
don't move. All right?
Put up tape.
If you don't leave,
I don't have to leave. I'm on a public sidewalk.
There's literally a wire behind you.
All right, you're
We're
standing
literally
under it.
moving. Yeah, we're moving across the street.
All right, well, I'm
Okay?
following you.
All right, come on, let's go.
I'm following you, pussy. Don't fucking put your hands on me again, you little bitch. What's your name? What's your name, you little fucking bitch? What's his name? What's his name? What's his name? If you tell me his name, put up tape.
Back up. Go. Stop. Like, why are you doing this? Just go.
In the public, boy.
This point, he's interfering with us.
No, I'm not interfering.
Yes, you are, man. Put your hands behind your back. You're being detained. You're asking multiple times to leave the scene and you won't do it. All right? We're literally doing an investigation here and you're interfering with it. We told you many times. You're under arrest. Yeah, he's right here. He's coming. Okay, he's not 390. Oh, no. Yeah, I just finished this.
Mitch being a troublemaker, man. That's what that was. Mitch being a troublemaker, man. Oh man, I'm curious to know if he's here. I'd like to talk to him and see. Hear an extension of what happened there. Otherwise, what do I got here? It is a full moon. Shout out to Elusive Truth. Yep.
That's that groove.
When I was a little boy, the devil called my name. I say now, who do you think you're fooling? I'm a consecrated boy, singer in the Sunday choir. Oh, my mama loves me, she loves me. She get down on her knees and hug me. Oh, she loves me like a rock. She rocks me like a rock, oh baby, just love me. She love me, love me, love me, love me. When I was grown to be a man, and the devil would call my name. I say now, who do you think you're fooling? I'm a consummated man, snatch a little purity. My mama loves me, she loves me. She get down on her knees and hug me. Oh, she love me like a rock. She rock me like a rock, oh baby, just love me. She love me, love me, love me, love me. And if I was the president, the minute the Congress called my name, I say now, who do you think you're fooling? Right out the president, you see her. I'm up on the presidential podium. My mama loves me, she loves me. She get down on her knees and hug me. Oh, she loves me like a rock. She rock me like the rock, oh baby, just love me. She love me, love me, love me, love me. Love me like a rock. She love me, love me, love me, love me. Love me like a rock. Love me like a rock. Love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, just love me like a rock. Love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh baby, love me like a rock. Love me like a rock, oh
And they're talking about the United States of America. Talking about the United States of America, because when Matthew mentioned it in the Bible, he wasn't talking about the physical ground that he was on. He was talking about something in the distance. So if we are going to have one nation under God, which we must, we have to have one religion, one nation under God and one religion under God, right?
Yeah, let's watch that. Let's watch that last part one more time, really closely, I guess.
Angel.
Manhattan Project.
And they're talking about the United States of America. Talking about the United States of America, because when Matthew mentioned it in the Bible, he wasn't talking about the physical ground that he was on. He was talking about something in the distance. So if we are going to have one nation under God, which we must, we have to have one religion, one nation under God and one religion under God, right?
What God, of course, is the question. Which God are they referring to? Did we watch this?
Reach it above his head.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, is Paul alive? That's funny. Oh man.
Chawan is a Korean steakhouse. We are the largest in South Florida. If you can see.
More than 2 weeks since Madeline Kingsbury was last seen. Police calling her disappearance suspicious and say they are getting many leads. ABC Jacqueline Lee joins us with more. Jacqueline, good morning.
Nay, good morning to you. 17 days. That's some shit fucking channel.
Bitch, you said we was like, don't bring that over here. Shit.
Oh, well.
I mean, if he does, I'd let Doug up on the panel. You know that probably wouldn't be good. You know
What the fuck is Paul watching right now?
Ugh. Sorry, I'll mute for a second.
Queen said, no thanks.
All right.
What in the world is Paul watching?
Good night. That guy.
Bizarro family's apartment. Don't be.
Yep, here's this one says, okay, so father of children had lost.
They want you listening.
I don't know.
2 weeks ago, we break down what we know and speak with her sister. This is the story of Madeline Kingsbury. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime.
YouTube is so grimy. They'll push it. They won't even send notifications if people are subscribed to my
channel. Yeah, I don't know who
They want you listening.
I don't know who
Oh, they fucking kicked me. Whores.
But I bet she went missing for them to go
They don't even let anyone on. They don't know who it is.
at daycare and go together and pick the kids up. So goes a little bit before 8, takes the babies to daycare, gets home. She says she's getting ready for her day at work.
Try to.
I heard about this on the news.
Try to get in as like a woman's picture. If you put a woman's picture up, they'll let you right in. Once they see the man, oh no, girl,
they have it up.
let him in. Is this real? Yeah, it's real. 618 watching.
Yeah. Seen or heard from again. Hey, let me go see if I find a different video about it because I don't want to.
Try to,
you know, I heard about this on the news.
try to get in as
I
a.
didn't know.
As like a woman's picture. I bet if you put a woman's picture up, they'll let you right in. Once they see a man, it's like, oh no, girl.
They have it.
Yep. Let him in. Is this real? Yeah, it's real. 618 watching.
Yeah.
This is your next. These are your next broadcasters. This is your next. These are your American Idol.
Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law.
All right, let's go back to the list. We'll go back to the list.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is gonna be my new bit.
I don't know who. Let's see here if we can. I don't know who was covering it. Let me see. Okay, we'll pop forward. I don't know if they strike or not. I don't know. I think they do, so I need to be careful playing their content.
That she receives a final text message from
PinealPower's on.
laughing at a photo that Megan sent her, and Megan says that is the last time anyone has heard from Maddie Kingsbury. The father of the kid said,
Man, this does not really sound very good. You know what I mean? It already
doesn't sound good, and it gets.
Made his first public comments this week saying he had nothing to do with Maddie's disappearance. This morning, as officials try to piece together why a Minnesota mom would go missing, we are learning new
Bro,
details
French people
about
are
the father
destroying
of her 2 children. Maddie Kingsbury vanished 2 weeks ago. Police calling her disappearance suspicious. In Winona, thousands have showed up to search for her.
Damn, look at that pause. Look at where it just paused a big, huge circle. Ain't that crazy?
That's crazy.
Wow, I didn't even know that. I didn't know very much about it. So
The Going West podcast, Google Podcasts or wherever you listen to it, I use Google, but Going West just covered this, and that was where I learned about the stuff about the father actually losing his rights before Maddie went missing. Maddie also was in the process of moving out, and he met someone, but it wasn't.
All right, I'm gonna go to a video in
other
Osprey.
than she said that she was moving.
So better off. Live video of an osprey nest. You guys into that, huh? Osprey? I feel like you guys weren't. I feel like you guys weren't into the Queen Bee live cast, so I figured I'd switch over to Osprey in the Nest live cam. We're working the algorithm tonight. This is an algorithmic test. Just bear with me if you can't handle it. Free to leave, free to stay. What would be good with the music in the background? The Osprey Nest or the Queen Bee folks? All right, Gally, I will see you later, man. Yeah, that's the money right there. Oh, they're sleeping? Show his flame structure. First I was going to come through the alley because it seemed like it was further back on the left. Sucks that it's under construction because I kind of worried about out. Oh, so that house was under construction? Yeah. The front house? Did you see the guy that said he lived in the back? Yeah. I don't know what it was. Faulty wiring. Someone broke in there. It was fun. Yeah, this would have been better if I did with you. He got injured. Did you see that? Oh, no. He just... It seemed like he fell down. It looked like he just kind of sat down. Or maybe he hurt his back. Did you guys see that? What was it? His knee? His knee? Yeah, I thought he like fell. He just kind of like sat down.
I did not see. Hi, Max. I did not see the missile shot down. I don't think I did. But yeah, if you have a link to a short, unless it was like a unless it was just like short of a week ago, then I might have seen that. But if it was just in the last couple of days, I don't think so. But I will be right back. Be back in like a couple minutes. Be right back.
Yeah. That's great. Did you get it? Pretty cool. All right, I'm out of here. I just want to do an algorithm test. Doesn't seem like the live gets pushed on this channel anymore, but just might be that nobody's wanting to watch. I could go back to the Queen Bee channel, 600 and something subscribers. Where was that at? Oh, she's done and over. Oh well. Come up for me. Huh? All right. I got notification. Person says. I don't know. I guess no one loves me because the Queen Bee had 600 live viewers with 13,000 subscribers. So they just really love her content. She's got good shit. Persona non grata. I don't ever see you on proper instruction. Let me see. Let me go back to the live list.
This is brilliant. Still going on, eh? Yeah. This is coming close.
Closest living relative. 99% of our genes are the same. And even our behavior has more in common than scientists used to think.
Every time chimpanzees were seen to do something which people used to think only humans could do, there was an immediate reaction that this can't be.
So what's the difference between humans and chimpanzees? And how big is that difference?
I take it as a given that humans are different. You just need to look around you and look at the artifacts and the language we're talking and the television we're whatever. And I take it as uncontroversial that humans have some special characteristics.
Is culture exclusive to humans? Or do the apes also have culture?
When you think of human culture, of course, you think of houses.
I was just watching.
Write operas.
That's right. Ian made a video.
But the average human can't construct a computer or compose an opera.
So what kind of culture do apes have? Scientists are trying to answer that question.
Just, you know, my has it saved my life a few times, and other people's, and also
Dummy.
It's got me out of some serious trouble quite a few times, and I think most of us, especially in the community, can relate with that and knows exactly what I'm talking about.
This is my safe space. Please respect it.
At the same time, the intuition can kind of bring you down, or you don't want to believe it, or you just deny it and you keep pushing forward. And then what you thought, what you denied, what you foresaw happening, and you denied because you didn't want to believe it. Now you have regrets for not acting on it, or
doesn't work like that, dummy.
You know what I mean? In some way, I'm sure a lot of people know exactly what I'm talking about. So I haven't been much around communities or anything. Every once in a while, I'll pop into maybe a random live stream and just check it out for a minute. Other than that, nothing. I just got back a trip from my mom's. I'm going to go on another one. So everybody,
These people are disgusting.
I would appreciate it. Everyone that's listening, the community, send positive, high vibes, healing vibes to my mother.
Stupid pieces of shit.
Who's my best friend. I love her to death, and she's an angel, and she's, my best friend, my mom. She's everything to me, and so it was nice visiting her the other day. I just realized I had a stream set up. I kind of went last minute to go see my mom for a few days, and then I realized now that I've been having a stream waiting for me to fire it up, but we're gonna have to postpone that one. And but it's nice going to visit her because it's in the mountains. It's a couple hours away, but it's in Lake County, California, Clear Lake, and it's so beautiful. It's like going from Sacramento Valley to Lake County, and it's only 100 miles away. Is going from one of the dirtiest airs in the country, air quality, to one of the best air qualities in the country. And
all right, let me see what happens when I open my other channel. I get no more than 32, 33 viewers on.
And driving through there, and just being there
22K
was just
channel.
like,
Let me see
wow,
when I put the other one
it's
on.
so refreshing, you know.
I actually got notification on this. I was surprised.
It's nice. So
Yeah, but they got a game going, man, where they only
anyways,
give it to
I
members.
just want to give everyone a quick
I see what they're
update,
doing.
and
I start a regular one, and they set it as members, and even when I change
we'll
it,
be
they don't
back.
fucking
We'll be
change
doing our thing randomly when the vibes are right. I'll be going live.
You don't need to tell me.
And I'm
I
sure
mean,
a lot
that's
of
not
us
having the most
just
interesting
have been
channel, but
dealing with
when
serious
I don't get
humanity.
notification to my own live streams, there's a
You know what I
problem.
mean? But I definitely am, and that's why I've been gone.
All right, now what? I just started it on the other one. Let me see what
Just wanna let
happens now.
everybody know, but I really love everybody, miss everybody, and this community is one of my favorite places to be is with the community, you know.
Yeah, right,
And,
bro. You just fucking took off for the last month. Fucking off. Fucking off
Hey,
in a car.
I just got
Fucking
notification.
What now?
Just got notification for the pimp channel.
Well, it's an algorithmic test. What can we test on? Go look at the moon. Man, Ian was tripping this last month. He's outside looking at the moon and shit.
The moon looks pretty good. Let's
what's
see.
up, everyone? Much love. Good afternoon. 4:20. There was an eclipse today. Interesting energy in the air, right? And let's talk about notifications, left and right. Every app, all of our accounts, social media, all these notifications constantly going off, having us bit and looking for the next one, and constantly, you know, really for the most part, really distracting us in reality. A lot of the times, and I don't think we realize it, and we're so caught up in this internet stuff and the notifications and being notified about all this stuff, but we're losing the real notifications that we need. People, we're missing the real notifications from our higher self down here,
right?
You know, sent down here to notify us of, you know, our different abilities, our intuition, you know, all these abilities that we have that we haven't, you know, that we're still learning and trying to remind ourselves of, and you know, as we navigate through this physical life.
Okay, Mr.
And,
Tribal Fellow. So this is a good test, right? So I got him lying right now. Because I've been at 31, 32 viewers for the last however long, 30 minutes.
Right.
And now I see 31 watching on Paul Enslaved, and I see at least 10 on Proper Instructions. So they're lying. Because my count is 33 up top. Oh, 33, right, too? See how they do me? 33, but yet I got 43 to 45. So they're already lying right there. They can't even keep 45 viewers straight without calling it 33, right? See how they fucking play games? I'm looking at it right now, bro, on both channels through the YouTube platform.
Right.
Games.
Yeah, it's a lot of fishy stuff because I mean, we all know how accurately they keep the data, so it's not by.
Well, that's why you guys need inner notifications, right? You guys need to be like shedding your body and like syncing up with me and mind melding and getting inner notifications from the God of all media. Because I can't rely on YouTube anymore. They won't do their job.
We are being bombarded with all these notifications on our phones and our computers and our devices, and we're losing the other notifications, the notifications that really matter, coming from our
Ian's
higher
on to
self.
something, man.
And I'm one of those people. Trust me, I'm working on it. And if I turn everything off, people, hold on. If I turn everything off, right? Like, I don't know about you guys, but really, like, turn everything off. Literally, turn it all off. I don't know. I get in a super spiritual vibe, like almost like I'm astral projecting.
Holy shit!
You know what I mean? Like,
it's fucking vibing so high, man. It's crazy.
Vibe, fucking. It's
we got
amazing.
some good shit in Sacramento.
You know what I mean? So Sometimes I'll be like,
Bro,
when's the
like right
last time
after
I've
making
done
love to a
this?
man,
You
if you
know?
just take the first
So
hit
we
off
need to
that
be doing
cigarette,
that more. And during this
oh
time, if
man,
you
you
haven't
feel
been
like you're
telling
like
yourself, I
left
need
your
to do a
body.
body cleanse, I need to do a spiritual, mental, physical, energetic
Oh no, I wouldn't
cleanse,
know.
you know what I
Like you do a
mean?
rectal cleanse,
Especially our
right?
physical
Give
body.
yourself one of those
You know,
real
if you
good
haven't been
rectal
telling yourself
cleanses,
that, then
and then
you
you next thing
really
you know,
have
you
this
leave your body.
overlay of nonsense and
This
notifications
guy's
of what
leaving his
these
body like
people are
every
doing and
week.
this person's doing. And,
Ian has some
you're so
serious
caught up in
issues, bro.
everything outside of yourself that you're missing the
Like I just fucking
notifications.
astral projected,
I've
bro.
been getting notified I need to do a
You're not
cleanse.
supposed to be able to
I've been
do that unless you
procrastinating.
decide to
I've been
do that.
starting
It should just be like
cleanses
an
and fastings
every other day
and
event.
different cleanses, and I don't follow through a lot of the times. You know what I mean? So I'm starting once again. I've been fasting. I'm almost 24 hours into a fast. So now I'm fasting. I'm trying to follow through this, saying no more tomorrow. I'm choosing today, right now,
Right.
to make a change.
Fuck
to
yeah,
fast,
Ian.
to clear my mind. You know what I mean? To open myself up and make sure I get notified from my higher self and I get the real notifications I need.
Right.
Not when so-and-so goes live, not when so-and-so messages me, not when this and this happens, when you know what I mean? That doesn't matter as much. That's not going to help me. If I miss these other notifications that I really need to get and I need to receive, and that's very crucial for my journey here on a spiritual level and energetic level, and will help my path and help me manifest and do what I need to do here and be happy and be, comfortable.
I'm looking for happiness and
And I'm
comfort.
doing a disservice to myself and everyone else and source, creator, God, whatever you want to call it, So let's get back in tune. Let's make sure we turn our notifications on of the real notifications that we really need to receive.
It's good
You know what I mean? Let's turn those notifications back on. Let's take a break. Let's fall back a little bit from the other notifications. Let's not be so quick to pull the trigger on that stuff and be so caught up in that where we lose our abilities, where we lose all these notifications we need to receive. So you guys get the point. I don't want to go on about it. Much love. Been taking a little bit of break, been dealing with some serious matters and in my life and different things. And I've also just got a new job. Some things are kind of changing.
Job.
In a good way. Some things,
Stop
whatever.
things.
But we're gonna be back at it.
Slave.
Stay tuned, everyone. Like, share, subscribe. We're not going anywhere.
You ain't leaving, bro.
And, it's a much needed break for me and some very serious matters been needing to attend to. And so just the vibe hasn't been right.
Cult of access.
Streaming.
Oh no, I didn't know you guys were awake now.
Streaming again. I have some plans.
All right.
Everyone
Fine.
just stay tuned.
I didn't realize,
And,
man. I didn't realize. I'll just leave it alone. Okay. I didn't realize you guys were still awake. I thought the cult kind of beds down by now. I should have realized. I mean, there really is only like 2 or 3 of you, so it's hardly a cult. Yeah, I didn't know you guys were still up. So I guess I'll just leave Ian alone then. You guys aren't gonna like influence my field again, are you?
We get that disruptive frequency. You better be careful.
Yeah, this guy and then the other guy who I think is still him, just pretending to be someone else, they influence the field. So, yeah, I don't want to get them started up. I'll just leave it alone. Just trying to play some Ian videos and
live police chase in California right now.
Y'all are fake. One of these things happened today. I tuned into Jack's stream for a little bit, right? This is just an example. I tuned into Jack's stream.
Is that woman from that
Singularity was up there?
That one stream I was on?
And they were talking about
looks like it, but who's to say from an avatar?
Yeah, I need to find that woman who said she's going to service
do you remember me? Blah blah blah. And apparently he met him on
anything.
Jack's stream. I did what is this place with Jack Telcott? Right? This is so fake and phony. This is a prime example right here. He's like, no, I don't remember an Ian stream. He's like, oh yeah, I don't really remember Ian streams and stuff like that.
Oh, Luma Slavery's here.
What is
Come on
this
up,
with
Luma
Jack
Slavery. Let's hear
Telcott? He's
from you.
like, oh yeah, that bullshit. He's just saying.
Come on up, Luma Slavery. Let me hear from you.
Oh, good Lord. This late, Paul? You're going to do it this late at night?
Yeah, why not? You know, we're here for Loomis slavery. He needs our help. Very disturbed.
Okay, let me get prepared. I need to do some ancient Chinese meditative
He's
exercises.
constantly following me, but he's telling me what to do now. He says I should get exercise and sleep or something. Well, I plan to go to sleep soon. I'll get plenty of sleep, sir. Don't you worry about me. Kind of a big deal. I don't come up for 17 viewers. Okay. Well, there's 40 here right now. And I don't think you could produce 40 viewers alone on your own channel, let alone what the usual is here. But you know how it works. I really, on these channels, only the same folks get the notifications. So they actually don't like show anyone. Following, checking in. Oh, you're checking in. Right. So that's a different way of saying following. Like, you know, if I just text like strange women on Facebook and I go, hey, I'm not stalking you and following you. I'm just checking in, you know, from time to time. I don't know. Uh-oh. Greetings, Axes, Rat Blood. Are you influencing my field?
Well, Paul, obviously, you got some real issues. The best you can do is pick on Ian. And as far
I'm not
as my
picking on him,
members,
bro. I'm just playing his videos. I'm not picking on him.
and as far as my cult of Axis goes, that's all Facebook. Okay?
So they haven't
Aries
crossed over
Moon,
into this dimension?
Aries Moon is my son. We're over 100 strong in active membership of the cult of Axis.
Dude, you got to step that up, bro. I didn't even start a cult, and my cult's like way bigger than yours.
It doesn't matter. Your cult is dispersed, man. We work as a unit. If you would check out Facebook and the Cult of Axis, you would see exactly how large and well connected we are. But that's irrelevant.
Right. So what exactly do you and this cult do?
We do things. But if you're such a small-minded and less than demeanored individual,
I have small genitals too.
It doesn't matter. To continue to pick on Ian, then we're going to start picking on you.
Well,
okay?
I didn't think that, sir, I was already under the impression everyone was already coming after me and coming down on me. So I'm open to that. I pretty much live my life that way, that, you know, every group of involuntary celibate and or transitional forms are going to come down on me for, you know, their hypersensitivities. I know that's the case. You know, I know that. So, you know, I'm prepared for that. I'm not picking on Ian. I'm just promoting him and playing his videos. Why can't I do anything right? Why is it everything I do? You know,
Because I've seen the little memes that you throw out there during your music fest. I've seen the puns and the misrepresentation of character that you use.
Well, I just have sound bites. What do you mean? Like when I do stuff like that?
Doesn't work like that, dummy.
That's like, again, me promoting Ian. Like I'm into how he says stuff.
Dummy.
No, you're not.
No, I really am. Like I wouldn't take my time out to have even this too.
These people are disgusting.
You know, don't do it. Don't fuck around with Ian.
Pieces of shit. Stupid pieces of shit.
Because we can come back on you.
Stupid
just
pieces
as
of shit.
viciously.
Stupid pieces of shit.
Pipe
You
up,
continue
fat.
to create disorder, disruption, and you
Doesn't
just
work like that, dummy.
character and demeanor is based on contempt. And I think a lot of that contempt is towards yourself for your shortcomings and your inability to achieve anything that would be respectable.
Such as?
What you're doing. You want to target people,
I'm
you
saying
want to create fucking...
No. I'm going with you on the premise. So I have a lot of contempt. It's at myself for not doing anything that would be perceived as respectable, which would be
not fucking with people.
So it's not about doing something and achieving something respectable. It's about not doing certain things.
Of course. It only makes sense. I mean, to create a better situation out of this would be to void that part of yourself, because obviously you either want to have sex with Ian, you're in love with him, or
sir,
you just can't get enough of him.
He is rather attractive, wouldn't you say?
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Don't let Rob Cleveland
Are
hear
you a
that.
homophobe?
Shit, I think not.
So let's say I did want to mount Ian and penetrate him. Are you gonna like talk down to me on that?
No, I'm just going to say that if that's your intent, hypothetically, and you playing stupid games, if I was a male and you come at me with videos like you're doing now, I'd discard you.
Right. So did it ever just occur to you and everyone else to just not subscribe to all my channels and follow me around waiting for me to do something you don't like?
Well, the problem with that is you bleed over into other channels, man. You think that just your channel, your safe space, is where you stop. And that's not the case.
Yeah, but I'm only responsible for my safe space. This is my safe space. Please respect it. You know, I'm saying that constantly. This is my safe space. Please respect it. I can't be responsible for what goes on everywhere else. So as far as I'm concerned, this is the alpha and omega. It begins and ends here.
You can stop what's going on. You can close your whole cult of personality.
Yeah, no, I
down
can't do that. I'd have nothing. You already said it. I'd have nothing left to go back to, except a horrible life like yours, following around content.
Actually,
So
I'm a pretty happy individual with what I have. I'm very content.
Okay, well, I didn't realize that. Well, obviously, I got to keep doing this to get my rocks off and, validate myself. This is a cult of personality, and that's the way it's got to be for me right now.
Really? Well, you continue doing what you're doing, and we'll act accordingly.
Okay. So you just make a habit out of being reactive in your life, like whatever other people do, then you just decide to do shit because you didn't like whatever they did?
I don't like a slanderous asshole.
Okay. Well, what's the slander that I put forth specifically here today? Playing Ian's videos.
Come on, Paul.
I said he's fasting.
You want to play fucking stupid? I mean, present yourself as an idiot if you want. I know what you're doing, man.
What am I doing exactly? Because I actually kind of lost track of what I was doing. So could you refocus me?
Yeah, man. You're poking Ian, man. He's going through some shit right now. He don't need this. You don't need your
So if he's going through some shit, why does he have to bring everything he goes through apparently to the metaverse
and to everyone else's channel, like you say, where I don't end here and neither does he, because he's here now. So he won't let me over there. He won't have an interaction with me like men. He's going through a lot, and he has to tell the whole world. And then I'm bad and wrong for commenting on him telling the whole world how much he has going on.
Well, what is it your business, man?
It's not my business. He made it everyone's business, just like you said I
Just
make
like
everything.
you. Just like you do.
Right.
You make it everyone's business. Well, it's my business
but I'm
now.
just responding, like you say. These folks are...
Well, we'll respond. We'll respond accordingly. And it won't have
On
nothing to do with
Facebook
Ian. I stand my own ground. Ian can stand his. This is between me and you. You want to play stupid games? We'll play stupid games.
All right. Relax. I don't want any trouble. I don't understand why you can't just facilitate a meeting between Ian and I where we could just have a real conversation. Why all this hate toward me for just commenting on his videos?
Anybody that tries to mock, demean, or take a person's character and twist it out of proportion, yeah, especially if I'm associated with them, I'm going to stand up for them.
Doesn't work like that, dummy.
Yeah, you can't just make this a personal thing where whoever you're associated with, you just like take up for and attack other people.
The hell I can. I'm free to do whatever I want.
Right. Well,
whenever
I mean, this is why I don't think you're
however I
content.
want.
If you were really content with your life, you wouldn't be putting this much time, energy, attention into me and what I'm talking about and investing into doing stuff now just because I talked about something that he talked about in front of everyone. Doesn't make any sense.
Actually, I was putting together a video for Lapis Blue because she requested one today. And my secondary phone and my computer, I seen Ian's face. And I thought, Ian. And I push on it, and there it is. You and your bullshit, man.
Well, I didn't start with Ian, man. I was like just going through like videos, and then somebody said, "Hey, Ian posted some stuff." So like we hadn't really looked at Ian in a while, and then we just kind of got into it. Well, what's Ian up to? Oh, he's hanging out in the car, talking about how hard his life is, talking about how he's shedding his body again, and uterine lining.
Ian, man. Ian is Ian. He's in his own
and
world.
Paulie the Gorilla is Paulie the Gorilla. So what's the problem? Ian's Ian, Paulie's the Gorilla. What's the problem?
Because Ian doesn't want this, man.
Well, then why does he keep posting his whole personal life on the internet? This is such a simple idea. You guys want to like post your whole life on the internet, then say, we don't want anybody else to comment on it. We just want people who we want to comment on it. That's the problem with the world. Just like celebrities, you want to go outside, act a fool, tell everyone everything, put your business out there, and then say nobody could talk about it or look at it. That's not how that works.
Is that what I do?
Apparently. Apparently, everyone wants to be a celebrity star overnight till folks start talking about them. Like me. Like, I didn't want everybody to start striking channels, shadow banning me, and interfering with my living, but they did it. Because apparently that's part of a public venue.
I've already been famous, you dumbass. That's not what I'm seeking. I'm just advocating for someone who I have a friendship with. And I'm not going to sit there while you fucking bastardize someone that I happen to be associated with. Because you're so fucking mentally discontent with everything around you, you've got to poke it with a stick. Verbally,
right?
Metaphorically.
And okay, so like by your logic, I'm so discontent about everything around me that I go to poking people with a stick who are content, and they get so discontent that they have to follow me around, watch me comment, and invest their time, energy, attention in it. So who's a little bit more discontent? Me poking sticks and poking fun, or everyone else saying they're going to do stuff to me, have stuff done to me because they're full of anger and hate and waiting for an enemy to pop up?
I'm just going to give you back what you're giving, brother.
Right. Well,
You will
that's
reap
not
what
what's
you
happening
sow.
because, like, I have an open platform and Ian won't come here, and he has an open platform and he won't let
He
me.
doesn't want to deal with you. He doesn't want anything
Right.
to do with you, man.
Right. Well, you don't
Leave him
sometimes get to
alone.
choose in life. You don't get to choose in life in a public venue when everyone gets to like go away and come. That's not how that works.
Then you're going to have to accept the reality and the fact that you're going to get what you give.
Okay, so what do you plan on doing? Because I don't mind like people restreaming me and talking bad about me or making fun of me. They do it constantly.
Do you think
I
that's
promote
what
them
we're
doing
do?
it. I promote them shitting on me, just so you know.
You think I would give you that kind of attention over the
Okay, so
metaverse?
I'm asking you, what are you going to do then? You already made multiple threats. You said if I keep doing this, which I'm going to, you're going to give me back what I've been given. How? In what way? How are you going to do that?
Influence, brother. Influence.
Okay.
I
But
done
you're
got
not
in
going to
your
do
head
anything
once.
underhanded, right? You're not going to like abuse process and official positions and systems.
I don't
and
have to do that shit.
Oh, okay.
I don't have to stoop to somebody else except for my associates and friends. That's all that I need.
Okay. So yeah, then we're good to go. I don't mind. You can influence the field, you and that buddy of yours, your son, your 100-person cult on Facebook who doesn't come over here. I'm totally cool with it.
No, they won't come over here. We do our work over there.
You guys
Through
ever do like
Messenger and
you guys
through,
ever do
my
spells and
group.
rituals? You guys ever do spells and rituals?
Absolutely.
Oh, of course you do. And that's why, again, see, this is what I love about you people. I can't use the word to comment on what's in the public venue, but I know for sure energetically that a lot of you folks are doing spells and rituals on me because I feel the energy and I see what goes on. And
See,
you
I
still don't
haven't
get
yet.
that. You don't
Nor
have that
has
much
anyone
power. Every
from the
time,
cult of
hey,
action.
listen, influencer of the field, every time you send these type of psychic and energetic attacks at me, they rebound on you and people you know. Just so you
Really?
know. Just so you know, that's how this game works. So you think you're real powerful? You think you're really going? You
No.
think you're going to use otherworldly MO to get to me? Watch what the fuck happens. Okay?
Well, you know, Paul, since the last time we talked, I've seen nothing but me and my influence flowing out of you. And as far as getting repercussion for standing up for Ian or myself, no, hasn't happened. Don't look for it to happen.
Sir, if you were as respectable and honorable as you claimed in the beginning, you wouldn't be doing spells and rituals. And if you were, they'd be like spells and rituals to achieve resolution and remedy.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
In which case, spells and rituals wouldn't be necessary. You only have to use a good faith word.
I have members of my group that are do spells. I got witches, Satanists. I got
Oh, I know,
Christians,
sir. I'm
Hindus.
aware of all the cretins and creatures who are after me, and I'm aware energetically of when things start to happen. And I know that you guys have a limited power here.
If I'm going to dabble in spells and rituals, I'm going to do it for something other than you, man.
Okay,
You know, I'm not
well,
going to waste
I
that
believe,
energy.
I can't prove it, but I believe energetically and psychically that folks have been attacking me through spells and rituals for a while. I
wouldn't know anything about that.
Okay.
But I do notice whenever you start fucking with people, and there's repercussions to that. You will reap what you sow.
Like I said, sir, whether it's my deception or my delusion, I just believe that I walk with or work with a power that is beyond you and the rest of these folks. If it wasn't, I'd already have been gone and done for. So, as you said, I'm not important enough for anybody to be wanting to spend their time, energy, attention, trying to diminish me or defeat me in various ways. But, you can only see so much
before you start to realize what this is and who's involved and what they're most likely doing. And it would make sense why then certain things happen and certain feelings come up.
Look, if my personal investment in this is don't fuck with my friends. Okay? That's my personal investment. Don't do it. Because the repercussions that are going to come back are going to be 7 times as strong as what you're dishing out.
Right, but I'm not doing anything. I'm not causing any loss, injury, and harm. I'm not wishing anything bad on anybody. I'm not advocating for anything bad. I'm just playing his videos and comment. And I'm having a little bit of fun while I do it. We're poking a little bit of fun, but there's no ill will or malicious intent.
Just mark my words, Paul. Mark my words. You need to stop completely.
Okay, well, I appreciate your enthusiasm, and he's gone. Okay, so, you know, I don't accept that I need to not play Ian's publicly available videos from his channel and make jokes about them. I don't accept that I need to stop doing that. Maybe Ian and others need to like focus on their life and stop being hypocritical and saying, oh, it's all about the notification from the higher up, and then coming on and giving your whole life story, and then running from the panel because you like basically are alluding to saying you can't handle anything, whether it's your life, various deaths in your life, various circumstances and situations. So maybe it's precisely because you and Ian identify and have an attitude of the world needs to stop doing what it does for me and my feelers. That might be part of the problem. Okay. Because, you know, we might want to reach a state of enlightenment to some extent, like lightening the load. And the way that we do that is not by taking so personal an online metaversal exchange of ideas or critiques or comedy, right? There's just really not that much of a place for any of this investment emotionally. So I suspect if you folks would invest back in yourselves with as much energy and care and attention and emotion and actually do and create something and stick to it, you'd be very successful in all ways. So I'm going to continue. Let's hear the rest of what Ian has to say. And they're going to continue to influence the field.
All these things like I woke up that morning, I reached out to Jack personally and wanted to do the stream with him. I've been wanting to do it. I didn't have any intentions. I've always liked that guy. For me, all I've been around is people that hate him. Almost everybody. Everybody hates the guy or talk shit about him, whatever. Maybe they don't hate him, but you know what I mean. And I'm always the one that says, well, I like Jack. Every single time I've stuck up for this guy, countless times. Right? This dude made it seem like I threw him under the bus and it was a big shit show, this entire stream and all this. Yeah, it was a shit show. You had total control. You wanted to bring people on. You agreed to have them on. You carried on the conversation with them. You know what I mean? I was shocked. I was taken back. That's not what I wanted.
Safe space.
I didn't join in on it. And
Please
I never
respect
did.
it.
I always stood up for you, dude. And then you go up there and say that when you're around all these people, it's like, dude, what the fuck? Why am I wasting why did I waste all this energy on you? What was the point? You didn't deserve any of my energy if you're going to act like that. See what I'm saying, people? So anyways, yeah, so I don't know if I told the whole story, but it's on his stream. There was more stuff said, and it was like, wow, dude, now you're painting this picture of me. Wow, you're so fake and phony, dude. You are so fake and phony and two-faced in some of these situations. I've seen you in a lot of situations and the way people treat you, right? And you're out there being all buddy in this, and I'm the one that always stuck up for you. Always stood up for you. Yeah, a few times I kicked you off the panel because of whatever, right? We all have our moments. You done the same thing. Remember what happened with Sunkissed? And she was trying to defend herself and you threw her off the panel? See, I see what's going on with you.
That's exactly what I mean, Mr. Rat Blood person, influencer of the field. He has all this time, energy, attention invested in Sun Piz and people on the panel. The Sun Piz person just said she's never coming on YouTube again, right? From what I understand. So
wait,
it's like YouTube runs these people's lives. The littlest thing happens on there. They're all checking out for months at a time, can't come back, but got to post update videos every few days of them in the car, bitching and complaining and whining how the metaverse is their whole life. And then, like, I don't even think about these people for weeks or months on end. And then something pops up and I go to look at it and I'm like, okay, I'll talk about it or whatever, you know, nothing else to do, kind of kicking around.
I'm a bit confused here. He said that he was forgiving Jack or equalizing something about Jack kicking him off the panel. Or no, wait. Jack kicking him off the panel, right? And now he said something to equate that with Sunbiz. Where'd she come into the whole conversation? It was about him and Jack. And then he brings Sunbiz in as what, a surrogate of him?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like Witness says, he needs help. But the crazy part about these dynamics is these folks never want help from people who could really give it to them. They never want to accept it. They want to do everything but actually get the help. So cleansing, fasting, taking a month break, getting a new job, blah, 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 blah. What did you change about your thoughts, emotions, and actions and the way you perceive yourself in the world and all these dynamics? And the answer, usually with everyone, I don't care if it's like a week, a month, a year, 10 years. If they've not done a process and changed their perspective, nothing changes about their thoughts, emotions, actions, life, and results. It's a psychological space, metaphysical space, spiritual space that has to transmute and transcend. So, you know, I get it. Ian's like going through stuff. Everybody's going through stuff. But you see how he deals with me. All about his image, all about the positioning, just like the Rat Blood person. They're going to tell you who they are and how they're going to be perceived on here and what it all means. And when they don't get that, it just fucks their world. Right. And it's like, and then the ironic part is they never seem to step back and go, Paulie the Gorilla has 22,000 subscribers and can't go anywhere because there's an artificial ceiling on this whole game. And it's like, do I really seem that upset and bothered by it? You know, I bring it up from time to time. It kind of bugs me that the whole world is crooked. Okay. And it's a stacked deck. But I just look around, I go, you realize these folks are going nowhere anyway. And if they actually do something real and true, they're not going anywhere because that's how this game works, or it's a limited space. And they don't even want to do that. So it's like, oh, Paulie, just sit back, let everybody have their own little space, do and be whoever they want, lie to themselves and everyone else, say that they're going through shit that they can't deal with. And then when there's an ultimate truth pervading all these realities that we could look at and take on and embody on some level and become better. No, we don't want that. We're going to ban and censor. Yeah. So I do this mostly as a life experiment, observational, therapeutic, sort of cathartic, understanding, venting space, right? It's not because I'm so discontent. You know, there'll be times where there's nothing else to do. I'll listen to something. I'll be with myself. I'll see something and I'll say, well, I'd like to explore this and observe this and comment on this. And I like to do that process with the beings here. And yet there's a part of me where, you know, again, I'm not going to say like everyone else, oh, I have such great content and I should be like so much bigger and have more numbers. Folks tell me that might be true. Maybe it's not true, but I would like to have more of that experience just for experience sake alone. You know, maybe 650 live viewers, like the woman Queen Bee tonight, sitting around with 3 other women gossiping about their pay stubs. 650 live viewers on a 13,000 viewer channel. So yeah, I would like to have that experience of seeing the chat full of people and interacting and throwing shit out there. And, you know, but apparently either I'm not meant for that or I'm not allowed to have that, or I just haven't gotten good enough at what I do to get that. Right. I don't want to make myself out to be a victim. The Joe Cool Creature is here. How are you, sir?
Pretty good. All good stuff. All interesting stuff. So.
Right. So, what do you think, Joe Cool Creature?
I think.
Is that what we have going on here? Is it conclusive? Can we say it conclusively?
What can we say? What conclusively?
That I've been shadow banned?
Yes, of course you have. Yeah, at some point.
Damn it, Joe Cool. Is there a way back from this?
You're talking to the wrong guy. I've been shadow banned for years.
Right. Is there a way back from this? Can I start like a third channel and just do only certain content and never talk about legal, lawful, spiritual stuff ever again?
You cannot, because it's against your nature. We was just watching something, me and a friend, on how they got now the Homeland Security. Anyone who says anything anti-government makes the government look bad. They got like 7 different buttons they can push to ban you and filter you. They call it at different levels. It's cats like me and you don't really stand a fair shot.
Yeah, and you already said the operative part. Like, it's kind of a rhetorical question because, like you said, apparently you know me just like I know myself, and that was never my walk, and I never had that option, or else I would have became a lawyer already and shit on everybody in a suit, right? So yeah, I can't do that even if I wanted to, I guess.
I was wondering if you, I don't know, if you did something outdoors, or whether it be outside, hitting the streets, doing something, talking to someone, showing people how to do something different outdoors. I wonder if that would get you more viewers. People are going to outdo you because people are going to gossip and shit, and that's what people like to see. A cat like you is outside, like say someone like SGB News First. If he's just talking, he'll only get maybe 100 people. But if he hit the streets, suddenly is 600-700 people, and he be doing the same shit outdoors.
Right, so maybe I need to go Crowder with this. Set up a booth somewhere, or just do I'm the guy that changed my mind.
I might have been wrong. Maybe you can blow the fuck up. If I don't know how much they shadow ban you when they kill you, but that would probably be pretty big. Yeah. And I think the Ian shit was fair too, right? You don't get to put some shit up, and I don't get to comment on it. I never understood that. Right. I watch Saturday Night Live. I get to comment to my friends and say, "Oh, dude was a busted comedian," or "This guy was great." And motherfucker don't get to tell me you heard fucking Wesley Snipes feeling. Fuck that nigga. He on TV. I'm gonna give an opinion. I can say the Bulls suck. I don't want to hear shit from nobody. If that's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, somebody says you need more actual videos. It doesn't work like that, bro. I just explained to you there's certain channels that don't make videos. They only go live and they get 650 live viewers with 13,000 subscribers. And it's them talking about nothing. So, it doesn't matter when I made videos. They go, well, the first video, yeah. And they all got less and less after that significantly. And then at a certain point, it became them striking videos and then just not showing them.
Yeah.
So it seems like the algorithm creates an idea of who comes all the time on their own, who's going to keep coming, and they just show your shit to them. And then everybody else who's not like a cult-like follower, quote unquote, they just don't show it. And then they definitely don't open it up to the public because your likeness is put on the list, it would seem. So they go, this guy's shit doesn't go anywhere, right? It's only going to go to the people who come all the time and a few people here and there that they're going to get it out to. So that's mostly what my growth continued at a certain point. It became a non-organic algorithmic growth. It became a word-of-mouth growth.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, bro, it's all good. Whoever's meant to be here is going to be here.
Yeah.
You can't trust the numbers anyway. And yeah, the numbers are no indicator of success per se on all levels, and they're no indicator of development spiritually or in any other area. Right. So I would not trade one for the other.
I love it, bro. I love it.
Well, more importantly, Paul, is what's the ultimate intent of what you're doing here? I see it more. It's an art form in a way, right? Well, it's not in a way. It is an art form, and then out of that, look at the categories that you have as experimental art and conceptual art. If you were only about views, You could follow the formulas of successful conceptual art, and you'll easily build up your views many times over. What you're doing is experimental art. In other words, it's things that no one's done before. You kind of know what you're doing, but you can't tell us what it's going to look like when you're finished with, when you reach your final destination of this, right? Whereas a conceptual artist knows exactly what it needs to look like at the end, can hire the right people to do it, get the set to look just right, make the times just click just right, etc. Experimental art is left to a lot more of a creative force.
I think I know what you're saying. I'm going to try to make an analogy of rappers. You could get someone that wants to sound like other people who are successful, and they do that all the time, and they have a certain degree of success. Or you to get the guy that's trying something totally new, and being his heart, no one knows what it's going to look like in the end, including the artist himself. I think I hear what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, bro, I've said it before. I know I'm not supposed to, but I guess I have a reputation for being real, and that's one of the things I kind of see as redeemable about myself. If I'm going to check numbers, I'm going to check contributions and donations.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, because, I mean, there's people out there, they're getting millions of views, and unless they're getting paid through YouTube, and that's what'll scare the shit out of you.
Right.
Is when you see everything coming through YouTube, like this first channel, and then they just cut it off for 90 days.
Yeah.
Now there's nothing coming in. Right. So all them people, I don't care what they got coming in, they're tied to them. Now, when I went to the second one and it went all through me, and I cut out the middleman and didn't monetize, now they got a problem.
Yeah.
Because folks are regularly contributing, and if I'm making a living and doing better than I was or as good, I'm ahead of the game as a being.
Yeah.
Right. Like in this life, in this world. So I can't not be thankful and grateful about that. Like there's folks out there, and this is how I play the game with myself to hold myself to the standard of these people and beyond. Is there's folks who came off the Howard Stern show who talk about what they're doing monetarily, and they're lucky to do 10, 20, 30 grand a year.
Right.
And that's like selling shit.
Right.
I mean, so I don't do none of that. I haven't sold my soul. And if I'm doing as good or better than them, or as good or better than I was picking up garbage, I'm living a dream on some level. Right. So I don't get selfish and greedy, and I don't get lustful for notoriety or validation or numbers or none of that, because it takes away from who and what I am as a being. And the greatest, again, blessing and grace you could get is coming on here talking and then being able to go get whatever the fuck you need. There was a time when I didn't think that was possible. So long as I got that and I got my niche and I'm changing lives one at a time, it's a good day.
Yeah. Same. This shit made it where I did it for a long time too, where I wouldn't get no money off of this shit. And I had tens of thousands of subs. I was a bit of an idiot. And now, I'm not I'm not complaining. I'm not doing 100 grand, but I was able to fucking buy a car and travel the fucking country. I could get up and go to a new state. I could do what the fuck I want to do. I just got my car out the shop, $3,000 fucking bill. I went and got it as soon as they called. I'm fucking not complaining.
So how are you specifically making a living off of what you do?
Strictly YouTube. I don't even have my AdSense. I got up there, ain't worked in a year and a half or some shit like that.
You just get donations?
I don't get any donations, not a one.
So how are you? Well, you're getting it through YouTube views?
Strictly through YouTube views, yeah.
Well, then how could you not have AdSense?
That's what I mean, AdSense, yeah.
Oh, okay.
No one sends me bread or gives me super chats or hits my cash app or anything like that. Not one motherfucker. But then again, I don't have it to post it. I don't tell motherfuckers even like, share, and subscribe. I've never even said that. I go out there, do my thing, and whatever the fucking AdSense views say, that's the only bread I get off this shit. Right. I'd like to grow up at some point and post my cash app and do what adults do, but I don't know. I've been fucking happy. If I'm being honest, my first check I got when I did it, I don't know how many fucking subs I had. I got 10 grand the first fucking month.
How many subscribers?
Well, now I got like 90. Back then, I probably had like 50.
Yeah, see, they're you know,
That video did
how
like
many views was that for?
that. The video now is up to like 7 million views or something. Back then, it probably did like 1 million a week. At that point, it was doing like 1 million a week or something. It was big.
Yeah, I had that one video that was moving, and they just cut it, and then they struck it, and I had to edit it, put it back up, you know, for
Killed
the
all your
misinfo and all the
momentum.
bullshit. Yeah, so they've been doing me dirty since the beginning because most of my shit they weren't even. I don't even think they're giving me credit for AdSense and all that. Really, just a couple $100 a month. Most of my shit they see. That's when you know you're winning. They want to create a world where you don't know you're winning because they got their bullshit metrics.
Yes.
And I'm like, your bullshit metrics don't matter. These motherfuckers are riding with me on some level, right? And it's a deep connection to truth and value systems.
Right.
So when you see folks coming out of their pocket, contributing and donating fairly regularly, you already know you're winning. Because these are folks, a lot of them who don't even buy shit. They're not going to buy shit, but they're going to come out for me. If I do an event, they're going to come out to see me and to be with me. So that's the best testament of being the best version of you is when you got the heart of the people, right? Because they feel your heart. And,
I didn't know how many subs you had till you just said. I wasn't coming over here for you because you're subs or because you're big or some shit like that. I get good shit in my ear when I come over here.
Yeah, I've already made the rounds, bro. I've already seen people with 300, 500,000, 1 million subscribers, and they ain't shit.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter, and they got to sell their soul and push a bunch of shitty products to even make a fucking living. That's my nightmare.
Yes, can't do that. Right. That was mine. I would not fucking hit that button for the longest time, Joe. And they still, I've never had a video go just green. I've had 3 in the 3 years I've been, it just go green. I got to manually review everything I put out since I've started this shit. They hard on me. They don't like me at all. Even my shorts, they got a manual review.
Yeah, I think it started going up, from the beginning. And then I think the best month on YouTube was about 2,000, 2,500.
Yeah.
And then they just cut everything. And then we came over here. But like I said, bro, you gotta, we can't be looking for our power at the same place that we lose it. When I took it out of their hands and demonetized and just said, okay, I'm walking on faith now, not by sight, and I'm going to co-create with these people as least as possible. I'm going to put it on the people. They do what the fuck they want to do. And it was probably better than ever. I know it was better than ever. Right. So you can't argue with God's plan at the end of the day. You really can't, because we're sitting there like, oh my God, they took 2,500 from me a month and I had to work up to this. And we kept going the next week and did better. Right. Without them in the mix.
Right.
And they're taking a third. And they're taking a third.
That's right.
So fuck them. Now you don't get shit.
Yeah. And I'm lucky because a lot of people feel like they have to provide a certain content. I'm very lucky. I've always made it be myself, and people are interested in what I got to say and what I'm doing. I never feel welcome back, everybody, to the Joe Cool channel. I don't have to fucking entertain motherfuckers. I can just go and be my normal self, and motherfuckers seem to dig it.
Wait. Those dogs there, Joe Cool. Would you consider them black or white?
Hold on, let me see again. The chick's cute. I'll say that. I'm zooming in. The chick's gorgeous. Can I see the dogs again, Witness? Oh, that's blasphemy. I can't believe that. I can't believe mixed race. I'm not a fan of that. I don't do that. Goodness, who does that? What is that? Good day, Witness. How are you?
Oh, all good. The one, Eustace, is completely deaf. One of my dogs, all sign language.
Yeah.
But watch out, he's deadly. Don't get caught with that sign.
Motherfucker, he see that
You
sign.
don't want to know what it is. Sorry, I'm just coming on. I saw you guys. I was heading to bed. I saw you were up. I have no idea what the conversation is, but I'm in full support. Anything for Unslavia. So I'm just here, you know. If you need-
Somebody was giving him shit when I came over here because he was reviewing one of Ian's vid. I missed the review. When I got here, some dude was totally like, you don't get to talk shit about Ian, not as long as I'm around.
Yeah, he's giving me the riot act.
So, Paul, are you opposed to doing like, let's say, affiliate links for products you used?
That's how you know Joe Cool is grimy too, because he won't restream my shit on his channel. He don't even want to be over here with that name.
I've never done that.
Restreaming the White Gorilla on my channel.
I've never restreamed anyone or anything like that, but I will tell you that I put your channel in my when you go to the description or something like that. When I was telling motherfuckers, I put you up there with like Jeff Gray and Brian and some more cats who I was telling them where they could get some wisdom from. And I got friends that are so shitty, I won't even post their fucking channel. I love them, but I can't send my motherfuckers over there to see them doxing motherfuckers and doing dumb shit. I won't even send them to them channels, bro.
That's how I know, like, this whole thing, it's just like life in general. I'm not saying you, I'm just kind of teasing, but people in general are just out for themselves.
Yeah.
And they'll show that because, like, I'll see, like, I go in the studio, oh, who's your latest subscribers on Paul and Slave channel? People with hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Don't fucking mention me. Watch what I do. Don't even chat. Don't share my shit. Just like want to be a part of it or are like interested in something at some times, but won't show themselves and won't do nothing with it because they don't want to touch it.
I got to be honest. I haven't even seen your vids. I haven't even seen anything other than you live. I haven't even seen the big vid you're talking about or anything, if I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, I mean, listen, my videos are pretty crude. They're just me with an Android most of the time facing but ultimately, what's sales 101? You got to sell yourself.
This shit that come out
I'm
your
not selling
mouth.
a product, so it's like you either want an audience who, however small or big it is, resonates completely with you as a beingness, rather than your content, right?
Yeah.
Because this is how then there's a disconnect. I'd rather have horrible videos where folks resonate with me and my voice and my beingness and the way I speak and what I'm talking about than some content I produce and put out that when they deal with me just being me, they're like, yeah, that ain't good enough. Right. So I play it in reverse than how most people do with most things.
I think we're on the same. I can't bring myself to do the like, share, sub, and put up. I ain't got no merch or any of that. I'm a big enough channel where I could do all of that, but I feel like it's kind of false. I see my other guys doing it, be like, and did you see my third and fourth backup channel? Hit my Patreon, go to my Cash App. Don't forget to like and sub. I'll be feeling like, I don't know, it's cringy as fuck.
Joe Cool. Joe Cool. You don't need to be so overt about it. What you need to do is put like at the end of your descriptions, put like @PimpUnslaved, or just mention @PimpUnslaved in your posts or what have your shorts. And that will really do a lot for connecting the channels.
I got no problem. I'm proud of Paul. I have no fucking problems. If I actually sit down and watch his vids, I bet you I can make some shorts or something and send them some fucking viewers.
Dude, the whole point of me as a beingness, if you want to play it as a character, if like I'm not a real person to you, is like you want to see me in the room with somebody. Like beyond David Rodriguez and Castro and whoever else, Brian from High Impact. Like that's the point. Like for me, looking at me as a character of Paul Unslaved and even just who I am, like that's the fun of it. That's the fun of it for Illuma Tommy and everyone else is to live through me in that way. Like I never thought that I'd be in the room with people who other people consider to be top in certain things. So I'm like, okay, for whatever reason, I have that role and ability. So let's live through that.
That's
right?
why
It's like all the people who've been like doing drugs like me all their life and failing at everything and not knowing who and what they are and like self-doubting and insecure. Like as I've stepped out of that and changed myself and now have access to a new state of beingness and other opportunities, why would you want to hate on that and not live through that just to see where it goes? Like it's not about the money and the other shit. It's like you got all this fake shit out here. You could have me in the room with one of these motherfuckers if you get behind it. And I just don't get it. It's like you got to be a personality character that they can market, it seems, for that shit to
Interesting.
happen.
Yes. But there's something to be said for how you started that shit off and how you ended it. The way you held your own in Brian's is what it wasn't how he marketed you, anything like that. The way you held your own and was a man with
Joe
him.
Cool, you're used to
I
cutting
went
me off. You're used
and
to me cutting you off, Joe.
I
You just
went
get
and
it, man.
found your channel and sub because you were a man up there. You weren't bending and
Excuse me,
shuffling
Joe.
in front
This
of
man
Brian.
was requesting my presence not
All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead,
15 minutes
Tommy.
ago. Now, Joe, you're right. You do have a big channel. You do have the viewers.
Yeah.
And so why are you so snafu that when I get invited to a fucking viewing party, you pull me into this fucking racist bullshit that you do everywhere you go? I meet your friend who tells me, oh no, Joe pulls me into the racist bullshit everywhere we go. What the fuck is your problem, Joe Cool?
Some white motherfuckers don't like to talk about
You
race.
called me a racist nigga on
wait.
Lauren's fucking viewing party.
That's
Have
an
you
A.
gone
That was with an
completely
A at the
fucking
end.
sideways? Oh no, I'm allowed to say it now because Joe Cool said I'm one. So
Yeah,
now
with
I
an
can.
A.
I got
Saw
a
the A
fucking
on the end.
pass.
Don't trust anything that's coming out this dude's mouth right
No,
now.
because
He's
Joe
saying,
Cool, that was the place. Oh no, Paul's gonna love this one. All at once, Joe Cool informed me that there's plenty of places in America where white people are allowed to say nigga, and I ain't never been to
Hey,
one.
bro, it
Have
doesn't
you
work
any?
that
Have
way.
ever
It
any
doesn't
of you
work
been?
that way.
I don't
First
I
of
know,
all,
right? It's you're
all right,
only
Tommy,
allowed if
please,
Joe
this is
Cool's
where you
on the
gotta let me
defensive.
get in on my own broadcast. This is where we start down.
Well, that's not going too hot these days,
well,
though,
let's
Paul.
try to make
I want to know if this. I want to
Okay,
know if
so
this
it's
witness
not about
Pitbull
allowed. You're
mama.
allowed to do whatever you want. It's just typically you're
I want to know if this all right
Can I
looking
just get in on
Pitbull
my own
mama
broadcast
is
a little
the
bit?
one that
Can I
came
just
on
get
that
in?
time. And
Can I
oh
just
my
get
God,
in
Paul,
a
see,
little bit?
this is where your broadcasting
You
is
can
going,
do the
bro.
back and forth.
You're
I don't
getting the
mind it. Can
people
I
what they
just get
want,
in
and
there a
then
little
you trash it. Like the
Okay.
people ask for this, Paul, and when you get it, you just don't know what to do with it. I ain't even got videos, bro. You're trying to tell me to come up here because you needed something to go on. You had 17 viewers. You could have went to sleep. Now, Pitbull Mama, are you the one I came across one day on this very show that felt like she might drop my name for clout and got crickets? Because I appreciate that.
Tom,
I
are
don't
you
understand the
really this
crickets.
delusional and insane
Hey,
that
you
you
can
think
drop
you're
Am I
gaining
really
clout?
this perceptive and
You hear this
decisive
guy?
and bored enough to fuck
Tom,
with
you
your
gotta
show?
rate it in. Tom, you gotta rate it in. Okay,
Oh,
a
I'm
little
gonna
bit.
ring it
You
in,
were
Paul.
onto something there. I
I'm
was
gonna
feeling
ring it
it.
in.
You
No,
had me
Paul, I'm
laughing.
on to something, baby. I'm on to something.
Thomas, you had me laughing
Jester
and
gets
giggling.
it. Jester gets it.
Thomas, please.
Paul is
I
my
can't
first
do this.
snafu.
All right, I'm back, but I've been listening this whole time, and at this point, I'm like fully invested to seeing what happens here, because that's my life now, apparently. Yeah, sad but true.
I can't do this. Not this late, Tom.
I know you can't handle what's coming, Paul. When I say I'm just getting started, I mean I am just
no, I'm
getting
winding
started.
down. You're just getting started on a bender, and I'm winding down for the night. So I can't.
No. I mean, do you remember the first time I showed up? Do you remember the first time I came to your channel, Paul?
I keep trying with you. I'd like to keep you here, but you're not making it easy.
I only come here when I want, and you like it when I do.
Old days, Tom. You remember old days. You keep bringing it up.
Yes, you're the one that forgets. And now that I've been working on my debut video, hey, chat, do you want to hear what I came up here to say besides ripping Joe Cool, another Joe Cool asshole?
Right.
Let's ask the chat if they want entertained, because I can go right into pedo tribal fellow.
Hey, can we do what Benton did the other day where you go full screen with your face and I just play bizarre?
Or do you want to do the bet? Do you want to do the bit from the other day where I so casually brush you off that you silently leave the panel and you got nothing? And you know why you did that? Because I asked you if you wanted to hear the bit where you will let the dead bury the dead the second time, and you don't want that because you're smart, Paul. You know what that means. Look, he did it. He ran. He ran. Now, Pitbull. No, pedo. I'm not here for you, pedo. You don't get to talk tribe because every panel you show up on, I destroy you. And you think because you're here on your daddy's front yard, you're gonna get away with anything? I will eat your face, pedo. Scorched fucking earth. Now let me talk to this.
This is my safe space. Please respect it.
no safe space, Paul, until you exact your mod powers, bitch. That's the only safe space any of these channels got on me is mod fucking God shit, and it ain't God shit at all. God damn, it's a new season. Tom is not having it. Tom's been hitting the Croco pipe, then he lost Croco. So it's on, motherfucker. In my debut video, you are my trans fucking terrorist.
You can't bring up the guy that everyone's using their name to get views now, okay? You can't do
No,
that.
no, I can't use his name because he died thinking we were enemies, and I will live on in his honor. He will be in my videos more than you, because in my videos, you're just a trans fucking terrorist. And when your girl sees that, she'll stay dry for you, dude. No one's gonna turn down seeing you as a trans terrorist. It's art.
Tommy, you're powerless and frustrated. You know.
No. I am all powerful in these streets, you pedo
Nobody
stupid
cares.
fuck.
Listen, nobody cares
How
about
am
you.
I powerless
You
when
went around like
every
a
chat
frantic
you
lunatic
step,
to
you
everyone's
disappear?
channel.
Bring that
You're
Florida
ranting
shit
and
to
raving.
Denver,
I
faggot!
don't know what you are.
They'll never see you again! Tribe, I'll bury you with snafu!
Unhinged, lunatic, moronic, imbecile I think I've ever experienced in my life. But I don't even know if you're real. You might just be totally fake because I've only seen you on this
gonna
metaverse,
out-ramble me.
and your
Tribe
doesn't
thinks
even
he's
look
gonna
like it's
break out
real.
of this source, and he thinks he's gonna out-ramble me. Is this what you need to step in front? Paul, do you need Tribe to stand between us,
Rather
bitch?
ugly, I'd say at that. Not to mention your
Can you
false claims against me that
That is a
for now,
faggot,
or else
and
you need
he's
to
a
eliminate
pedo,
yourself and
just like a guy in the right corner that doesn't want to hear the word. He gave me all past
it's good time right now to do.
and
'Cause you
nobody
really
likes
suck.
his laugh.
You really suck, Tommy. You really suck. Nobody likes you, and you suck.
Unslav. Oh, you're gonna laugh like everyone's laughing, but not even Joe Cool's doing his laugh. How about that, Tribe? Are you losing? Are you Tiger's blood? That's what I thought, faggot. Shut the fuck up. No, Joe Cool, I'm the loudest right now because I'm dominant as fuck. And you ain't got a truck. Hell, you probably got no more dick suck at your age. Look, man, Joe Cool, me and Lauren worked it out on RBR. You have never done that. You have always hid, played your little Joe Cool game.
Tommy,
I've only because at least it works. When he tells someone to boot me, they do. But look how it works for you, pedo. Because maybe I'm talking too much truth to boot, but not. There's never too much. Never had my respect, Tribe.
You're always going to be the
Never had
fraud
my
you
respect.
always are. You'll never be anything but a
you
fraud.
guys, you
You're a
guys are
fraud,
so
a phony.
gay.
And here
You guys
comes
are so
someone who
gay.
knows
You don't want to see me
real
talk to
information.
Pitbull Mama and like
Yeah,
some.
you're
You don't want any
nothing,
tips.
Tommy. You're valueless, purposeless, and you're insignificant.
You missed the value stream, did you? That might have helped you
You
out
have
with your
no
bills and
significance
shit.
anymore, Tommy. Goodbye. We have two more people in here to talk. Goodbye.
Oh, Paul, you can't. Paul would never let you just take over any show. I don't let you take over any chat, and you think Paul's just gonna like, oh, I'll give you an out,
You
Paul.
should. Are you entitled, little punk? You're a little punk, dude. If I ever saw you in the streets, dude, I
Oh
yield.
no. Snafu has my address. That's doable. Like Florida.
You will never ever come to Florida. Mark my words.
I won't, you stupid bitch. You're the one. See, this is how fucking weak you are, Tribe. Hey, Paul, can you mute him for a second?
You suck,
I want to try
Tommy.
this. Wait,
You
Paul. Will you
suck,
Paul,
Tommy?
Paul, would you
Tommy?
mute him for a second? Would you? Oh my God, this is a brand new fucking season, people. I hope you're very excited at this mounting newness of fresh WWE whatever.
Just
But
raise it
yeah,
a little bit from time to time when I need to get in, just a little bit.
that's what I was trying to tell him, like, Tribe, I know what you're trying to do,
Well, listen,
but
I
even
got other
Paul
things to do, Tommy.
understands.
Your minute's up. I gotta go. So you talk over me. I didn't get a chance to invite you. Like usual.
Did you see
the
Flow
bully
State
you are
smile at that
because you've been
idea?
bullied
Did you
your
see
whole
Flow
life
State light
because
up
you're a
at
little
you
punk.
leaving?
And you need to get. You know why? You know what, Tommy? Let me tell you what you need to do.
Through it, buddy.
You know what you need
Stutter
to do.
through it. That door
Listen,
shuts on
Tommy.
its own.
You need to get a life. Get off of the YouTube. Stop bothering people. Go where you're celebrated, not where you're annoy the fuck out of people.
He just mad at
Go get
himself,
a
Tribe.
fucking life,
That
you
Tommy,
waste
he
of
just mad at
fucking
himself.
breath.
He just don't like himself, baby. You
Go
right.
where
You
you're
right.
celebrated. That was dope. Go where you're celebrated. That was
I go where I'm masturbated.
Tommy.
That's also where I come. Get it? I come and go where I'm masturbated. God, I hate Tribe. Like, I mean, me and Paul have had our differences, but we've come and gone, but I hate that dude. Just like I hate Snafu. I was on a channel tonight that you guys never talk about, never heard of. I was there in honor of Krakow, and as soon as I start the chat, wouldn't you know it? Optics are high. Oh my God, he's here. He's here. But now that channel likes me because he tried to say I was all the, you know the record. And I just responded, it's actually a warning flag that Snafu was here. And now they love me. Because, Paul, everyone makes mistakes, but I've always been the opposite of this message you're sending out. And I've been on enough channels long enough now that everyone knows. And like, since you muted him and kicked him, I'd suggest, Paul, you change it up too. No one's buying they are right. I don't work a job, but it is because of Tesla, stock market, and the crypto thing. That is going to be the angle for the CBD.
Well, that and the fact that you're completely unemployable.
Well, that's part of being a motherfucking servant of God. Is I used to be very employable, very likable, and he can't use those people because they're all like lukewarm and shit. Now I'm like, when you become a motherfucking servant of God, you're like the drummer from Blink-182, where you don't even know how to drum yet, and you just tattoo your whole body to make sure you learn how to drum.
I don't get the reference, but I think I get your point.
I know you don't get a lot. That's why they love me. That's why you got a show for me to come oppose and be the heel of. As
references.
It's like this next level shit where the WWE heel is actually the motherfucking servant of God. But since you deliver that as you, that's why I can't
that everything that you folks always talk about is my experience, and you do a very poor job at articulating.
Oh, you just said what I said only to make you. It's not ego when you say it. You're right. It's not ego when you say it.
A different reason for being unemployable, just being purely insane and addled.
Oh, well, I know that I'm unemployable not only because of how many companies I've been a hire fire manager for, but also because I know why I can't go do that shit anymore.
Okay.
And Paul, I won't say you didn't have a hand in it. Like, you might try and say that it was by your hand or you did it on purpose, but you definitely played a role in my personal awakening. If anything, by being my snafu.
And do you think this is fascinating that apparently more and more each day, everyone keeps telling me how I played some role in their life and making it
well, we
better,
all do. That's
sure
why your ego. See, you're letting the ego take over. All we do is play roles in each other's lives.
If you could just help me out with the back and forth, that'd be great.
Oh, you're getting help. We're giving you some help tonight, boy.
So these are the same folks who a lot of them don't really show much like thankfulness, gratefulness.
No, not for you.
Right.
You're a fucking asshole, dude. But I like. Well, you're right. We don't like each other, but I like this thing.
So like,
that's why I was your joker.
So like, if I come into people's life and I like change their life for the better, like
you don't do that.
Like, you're not. Okay.
But you don't do that. See, you're playing the record. I've heard it all before.
Okay. You set me up.
See, when I had Pitbull Mama and Flow State laughing just a second ago, it was the laugh they did when I ripped Pineal on the truth of what he is at his channel. And they were in amazement that someone was just giving him the business right there. And then
Tommy,
I met another soul that night.
Laughing at you being insane.
No,
it was amusing, but they were having a good conversation beforehand too. Joe and Paul were.
This is the third season, Paul. There was BC Tom, then we're just wrapping up AD Tom, and now this is the new shit. No, Jeep Girl,
Is this the
I'm
thing where
dropping
you,
all that
like-
because my channel will be an explosion of that. That's why Paul's my trans terrorist already. He doesn't even know it.
I don't even know what that is.
It's old footage of Paul that just matches up perfect with what he's saying and his female version that he's not. I'm even telling him ahead of time because I was
So
scared.
what were you like before Paul influenced you? Is this the better version of you?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want to take
You
credit for it,
can't
though.
verify versions of me, Flow State, because you have always been lost in
Wait,
the
wait,
Ian
give that-
sauce.
I'm asking about your opinion.
No, Flow State, don't even try to insert yourself into this insanity because now
Oh,
you're like
Paul, you and Flow
throwing
State
wild
were
cards.
the
We're
first
mountain
thing.
goating. We're mountain goating. Get
Did
back
you
to
hear
the
what I was saying on
trans
Benton's
Get
channel
back
before
to
you
the
left?
damn trans terrorist. What did I
This
do
is
now?
Alpha versus Sigma. All this is full
Listen, I'm
circle
not
Alpha
interested
versus
in your,
Sigma.
in your characterizations of personality.
No. I just watched a video. I could drop the link. We could all watch it together. It's 11 minutes and 19 seconds. I know that because Pineal reverse 911
Right.
destruction.
You have a very limited view of reality.
Perfectly sums up the almost a year of me and Paul to a T. And if you had the balls to watch it, I bet you every cult member would change their name back immediately and realize, oh my God, the Sigma Judas has saved us all. Because I already don't pay any attention to any chat that has a cult number name. It's fucking silly.
Okay.
Okay, Paul.
You don't see the
Bomb
beauty
drop
in the bit
time.
at all? You don't see the beauty in the bit of them calling me a cult leader and me denying
I see more beauty than any of you do. I was the one that was one night having a little chat with my good friend Henry. I said, hey, I got some good ideas for the next time you guys want to go cult thing. He said, well, something. And then the next morning, everybody had a cult name. Do you want to know what something was? Watch for my first video. You have no idea who you've been fucking with, Paul. And I love this shit every fucking minute of it.
How does this exactly apply to me that you keep saying that you're saying stuff and then I'm doing it? Like, so how does this
video. This is what I'm saying. You're slow. And on Slavia Jester, you say no thanks.
You have a very
No
limited
one
view
will
of
be able to
reality.
resist
You have
everyone
a
going,
very
oh my
limited
God,
view of
have you
reality.
seen Illumitomi's first video? When is the next one? They will literally. And Salty Siren, I'm releasing you of the bit where I come at you thirstily, because that was Paul when I first joined, remember? You remember, he used to share your shit on the screen, and you're talking shit on me, and he'd talk about wanting to fuck you so bad. And then I didn't remember that when I started the bit in
Wait
the
a
same
second.
thing.
I've talked about wanting to fuck Brielle so bad. When was this?
Salty Siren.
Okay. So why is it I can never comprehend?
Paul, you don't remember your own show. You're a crazy
How does
person.
anybody deal with you anywhere?
Oh,
It's
I
like
know how
say
you won't.
something and then you zig and zag, and I go, wait, when did I? And then you're like, no.
Usually, if I was Witness's neighbor, she would be burying her face in the couch like that for way different reasons.
Focus, please. You're an insane Sigma
Number
man.
one, because I'm a pit bull dad. Number two, because I got them Chris Strokes proportions. What do you want to do? But too bad, girlie. You're a smoker. I did meth, and I still wouldn't fuck cigarette smokers.
All I said was, I think the Salty Siren is attractive physically.
Oh, Paul, this explains how you've been misinterpreting me. Well, that's not what you said.
You're an insane person. Why do I always have to throw you out? Why? I don't even want to. I'm begging you to not make me, and it's like you can't have any other interaction. It's just a belligerent child. So, here we go with your bizarre projections that I'm out here wanting to just fuck. I'm not you with the 17-year-old drunk girl fucking her and because it's legal and then going off and telling stories about it. Okay? Sigma male who kisses and tells and pillow talks and looks like a hoe. Yeah, I'm not into all that. Okay? So I find women to be attractive, a lot of them physically. Certain ones I find to be attractive in different ways, metaphysically. And I'm intrigued by the Salty Siren person. She has an interesting sense of humor. She seems rather well read. She's attractive to me physically. And she, has a certain way of carrying herself.
When do I see this chick?
fuck? No, I want
Here
to
we
see
go
it.
now with this guy. Now he's like asking. That's the whole point. Is she's been here for over 6 months, and I haven't seen her on panel. Okay,
That what she look like.
She looks like a white woman. Okay, all white women look alike. You know that.
Yeah, all right.
So,
salty side.
Tommy, you couldn't even sit in the back for 2 minutes. You had to run from the back area. He's always it's like a little one of those little creatures. What is that movie with that creature that walks on its back legs? Like the legs go backward and it walks on its back facing up. I can't even describe it. He just scurries out of the room. Like, just you could have just waited. Okay, just come back, Tom. It's gonna be okay. Just take some breaths. Focus, and let's have a back and forth. You were saying, Joe.
I was looking for Salty Simon. I might have found her.
Yeah, I don't that's the thing, right? I don't appreciate that when women do that. They like do certain things like, hey, we have chemistry and we're into each other, and then they do the whole, hard to get deal. It's like, I get it. There's a lot of trauma, there's a lot of insecurity, there's a lot of fears. We can move past that. I'm like the perfect person to move past that here, because I'll give you whatever you want and need where you're at. You got to establish trust in life on some level. We have to learn to trust and love without fear. Okay, that's my new brand. Hold on, let me get it. I just made a new brand to rival Talcott's brand.
I think Joe Cool should look for Salty Siren, because I'm pretty sure she was still in the chat while she said her baby was crowning. But the father's name definitely sounds melanin laden.
You know what would be pretty crazy, man, is if there was if Salty Siren was AI, man.
You wish you could be half the reject that Moose is. Like, go back to your channel. No one wants to karaoke. No one wants to see you do bro dips in front of a mass bang bang picture. Now, what makes you think you can do a Talcott? I wouldn't come at Paul like this if I didn't have all of you squared away ahead of time, just like my first appearance on his show.
You're still living like every day. Like, you realize how it comes off, right? Yeah, if you could help me out, you realize how it comes across, right? Where like every chance you get,
I sound like the
I'm gonna have to help you out here. That's how I have to help you out, because you keep talking over me when I go to talk, and that's not how the broadcast could go. It can't go like that. What is it you don't understand about it can't go like that? So do you understand how it comes off that every chance you get, you're like pining away to be back in this fold like it was day one? It's like that was like your
sir, I just told you it's season 3. Don't you binge, bro?
No, there's no seasons. It's not the real world. You're an insane person.
No, the fact you don't even know enough about entertainment to make a thing out of your thing.
I'm just a guy in a trailer. Remember?
That's right. If you would have been that from the beginning, you wouldn't have this problem with me. Because that guy says he's Christed. That guy claims the Dow. That guy says I was penetrated in the asshole by a transsexual. That guy's gonna reap what he sows. What you think, bros?
Wait, that's the character.
What you think, bros? Barely's not here.
That's the character.
Oh, so you can do a character, but you can't do seasons? You see how I'm running laps around you, bitch? Go ahead and backstage me again and tell me to come back up. You're weak, dude. You're weak and you're stupid, and I'm about to show you how much.
Okay, I know you
like that video you don't want to watch. We're acting it out. We're acting it out in front of everyone. You're weak, dude.
You're literally like an evil supervillain who has no powers, who just keeps saying, "I'm gonna
Jeep girl." Jeep girl.
You never actually like. It's
Hold on, I'm talking to Jeep girl.
I'm foiled again. You never actually go through with it. Nothing ever actually.
See, this is how you guys are a bunch of remedials.
Show tomorrow. Everyone's gonna see me on there. It was a complete embarrassment.
Hey, Christos, hold on, Paul. Let me work the crowd here. Christos, you're so sure of yourself, you deleted that LSD video, and that's the way to not be, my friend. Jeep girl, that's the real issue. It was just a bit. Oh, I think you mean that's the thing Paul put on his videos to avoid any hot water, which he has been in many times, and it didn't clear it. It's not a bit, Paul. We're all doing bits except for when you take shits. And part of that is this. Like everything you do, it's all about Jews or blacks or something about Paul or something about me getting fucked in the ass by you all.
So now I'm a 3-trick pony.
No, all you are is the same thing you've always been. It's like at the end of 8 Mile, you were free world. You took the microphone. You still said everything that B-Rabbit said. And you lifted your hands in victory as black people booed you. And you came back week after week of the freestyle show and did that. That's what you're like, Paul.
Hey, Tom, is it possible that I'm kind of doing a bit non-bit where we call out certain stereotypes, but make fun of the idea that there's certain folks you can't make fun of? So then I do that and get myself more shadow banned?
So now you know why I say nigger and faggot, because there's some people you can't make fun of, and people say I'm one of those, and now Joe Cool says I'm the first one.
Right.
I'm a racist nigger faggot Jew, according to Ian, Paul, and Joe Cool. If you wrap them all up, oh no, that was OTW, your first failure that thought he could ride your coattails when he didn't realize there's not really any coattails to ride.
Right.
Hey, Tom.
No, that wasn't me trying to rap, Josh. That is me being high. My real raps are studio, and they will also eviscerate these fools. No, I do not shoot myself. I am very capable of shooting, just like verified Somali vets have a sword.
Can I ask
Just like Paul in the day said, hey, I'm starting to think Tom would be a good gunman to have around.
Hey, Tom, like 1 second in the back, if I could. Do you see the difference between me making sort of subtle, roundabout kind of, jokes and doing bit non-bit versus you just going around panel to panel yelling N-word for African Americans and F-word for homosexuals? Can you see the difference there? There's no actual material there. It's just you stamping your feet like a child and going, hey, I'm the freest, most powerful one in the room, and I'm going to say N-word, F-word. Even though you know that I don't want to say that because they'll just get it shut down. But you have nothing to lose because your channel has 46 subscribers. So, like, there's no subtlety. There's no actual humor. It's just you acting like an insane person trying to push boundaries, like, a little too far for even just the comfort of everyone, because there's nothing actually there, right? It's just you kind of projecting and spewing whatever's in your subconscious.
That's how it comes.
It's kind of bizarre to watch.
So this is where I was trying to give you credit, Paul. Just off of this that you say is nothing there, you're right. There's no videos, and just off interacting with you, 46 fucking subscribers. Think about that, faggot. And you too, Joe Fool.
So 46 people decided to watch you descend into madness.
No, 46 people said, hey, if that guy comes out and does his own thing, I want to be the first to see it. And you will too,
it's
Paul.
not for the reasons
Paul.
It's not for the reasons that you want. 46 people said,
what do I want, Paul?
Did you envision yourself with a channel that just made fun or protect people, or did you envision yourself being the best version of yourself, doing something incredible?
Right now, he just wants to be he's a chaos theorist. He has
Well, that's one of those Joe Cool questions where he gives
has
you
no actual end goal. He has no actual goals in his life. He just wants to come on and create discord. He's a discordian.
Can I mention something, Paul? With zero cooperation, basically just tacit cooperation here, from going from 21 subscribers on my channel to over 500.
Oh, he's got to one-up me to daddy.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one, right?
Can someone shut that idiot up?
Tribe, I'm just mad at myself, baby. I told you, I just hate myself. I just want to cause discourse. He's just an agent of chaos, baby.
Yes,
you don't worry
now,
about him.
as I was
just an
saying,
agent
is
of
that
chaos.
even the channel that I didn't have to promote, nor did I want to promote, I was doing
Tribe,
my
you're
own
a bigger yes man than Dick. You know that? Like, Dick was the yes man until I actually listened to you for a minute. Now I'm like, no, Tribe's
What
definitely.
are you doing here, Tommy? Go eat some cat coin.
You
Listen,
get to talk to
point
Paul
being is this,
24/7,
is
and
that
you want to crash
if you
this
want to
bit.
do something, You don't have to push them to do it.
Oh,
Like
hey,
that.
tribe. We're not doing
Never mind.
Catcoin
This is
anymore.
taking
We're not
short
calling me
on
that because
this
Paul
people.
shared his crypto wallet to the chat and it ended that Catcoin shit.
I don't understand. How does me
No, you
share?
don't understand, Paul. I keep trying to tell you because I'm the Sigma, you're the Alpha. You don't understand, bro.
Right. So because I shared one of many.
Because you shared your crypto wallet after months of calling me the Catcoin guy, even though your chat was ripping off at me XRP hashtags, I'm the crypto guy. You're fucking stupid, Paul. I don't have to ruin you. I told you yourself. You shared the chat to the screen. I don't have to destroy Paul. Paul will destroy Paul. And you like that so much you flipped it up on the screen. And I'm flipping you this if you if
No,
I had
I
my
shut
camera
off.
on.
I shut off the other stream.
I don't know what you're talking about right now. I'm
Yeah,
saying that was long
telling
ago
me
that I
down
said
there,
Paul will
I
destroy Paul.
took out probably 60 because apparently the 22,000 subscriber channel gets 15 people. The other one gets 60 or 70. So
you turned it off?
Yeah, I turned it off. Deleted
No,
it
I
too.
think everybody knows that as you just turned it off, it was because I sat here and said I was ripping your shit to use it on mine.
No, it was because you said the N-word, F-word, which I've asked you many times not to say, and I know that if you say
You've asked me to comply with tyrannical rules, despite I'm not racist.
Comply with what's sensible, because there's really no point in saying that.
Sensible. So sensible is just telling Joe Cool that white people bad. Sensible is very left-leaning, Paul. I don't like that. I might not be your joker anymore.
And that was
I've only ever given you the time because you have been about freedom until now.
Why are you mad about it? It was your choice.
I'm mad that you're promoting tyranny. I'm very mad that you're promoting.
Rant and rave and be a sick, insane person and just continue to destroy your likeness and credibility. And I took on that risk to have you up here, and you disrespected me and what I do here, like you always do in your own ways, because you don't give a fuck about anyone else but your bullshit narrative. So now that goes away, and I'm fine with it. Like, I should be annoyed because I let you up here knowing what you would do, and then you did it, and you'll do it in different ways, and then I just got to delete it, right? And then I'll just leave it up on the Paul and Slave channel because they're all over that anyway. And if they want to do something about it there, they could do something about it because I'm not on there anymore anyway. So, you really serve no purpose in life, and you really serve no purpose on my panel. And it doesn't matter how nice I am to you and how much I even ask you to just work within certain ideas, right? You can't even get that done. And that's why I say you're unemployable, because you can't take direction. You won't listen to what's reasonable and sensible. You won't do what's asked of you, the wishes of others, even when you're here minding other people's business. Okay?
Trav, you were trying to say something.
So on the Sigma versus Alpha video,
I'm not interested in Sigma versus Alpha. You're a loser, failure in every aspect of your life. How many women do you want me to get up here to say they'd fuck me all day, every day with other women in the room and switch off before they would ever entertain being with you one-on-one? Okay. How many would you like me to get up here for your chimpanzee ego? Because it's pretty fucking obvious. I never thought I'd be in that position to tell another inauthentic corporate male that, but I guess I finally arrived. So how many of them do you want me to get up here to dispel your alpha, sigma, beta bullshit? Because it doesn't fucking matter what you call it and characterize it. Okay.
I don't think he cares, Paul. As long as he's the top of the conversation, he's gonna be happy.
Yeah.
Wrong, Joe. Would you please stay out of this before I hurt your feelings, Joe? I'm not here for you.
I'm not
now, when you say hey, Joe, shut the fuck up. Now, Paul, when you say I come up here and I, against your better judgment, everyone just heard you say, come back, please come back. So if they can't see that for themselves, fuck them. But as far as me not giving a fuck about anybody, I have concern for everyone except you and the other two snafus. You and the other two snafus can burn in hell because you brought this on you. You asked for this.
I'm not
for
interested.
6 months. You fucking asked for this. And the only thing that disappoints me is when people like Pitbull.
I'm not interested in your manic depressive stalking states of being in your narrative. Why are you just run from the backstage? Because you're so angry and triggered and impulsive and compulsive and emotional. You just can't run your own inner space of your life. So, we have to be able to have it back and forth, Tom.
He wanted to attack you. he was stewing. He wanted to attack. He's been dying to jump you. You can tell he's been so angry about something. He couldn't wait for this opportunity. And then this shit on Lauren.
He runs all this Alpha Sigma bullshit jargon talk, and he doesn't even understand what any of it means. And when you get right past all of it, this is a personality disorder. Every time he gets a chance on every platform, it's, do you remember the first time I came on Paul's broadcast? No, we don't. I don't even remember. No one else does. So what the fuck are you talking about? It's like you saw someone come into the dance, and that's the prom queen, and like you had a vision in your head that you guys danced together. She like shuffled past you.
You think
remember the time we danced at the, no, I don't. Right? I don't at all. I don't even know who you are, and you're a disconcerting being in front of me right now, so I highly doubt we were ever dancing.
Yeah, it's a bad look.
Come to remember, that was the crazy person who I shuffled past. He thinks we had something going.
Maybe that's why he's pissed. You don't remember.
Yeah, he thinks everybody else is supposed to remember too. Not just you two shared a special moment. He thinks everybody shared it the way he did. Yeah, I remember the first time I was on pause. No, not really.
And then just write down the list of projections where like I'm on here, I'm gonna fuck you and this and that. Like, dude, sometimes I like let the dog off the leash and I'm saying something that I'm thinking and feeling, and I'm just kind of expanding it a bit. But we've talked about all this. I'm honest with who and what I am. I say shit that other people wouldn't tell you because it's embarrassing to a man. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what I can do for Tommy and the rest of the folks that are like him who desperately need some kind of closure with me or some kind of interaction that leads somewhere other than just whatever we do day to day that like could work. If we could achieve some understanding.
He's got an obsession with you. I'll grant you that. But in order for y'all to achieve that thing where y'all working together, I think you got to understand that Tommy has to be out front. He is not going to play second banana. His ego is too large for that shit. The whole conversation, the topics, everything must revolve around Tommy, and then he'll play your game.
I don't even mind that. Right on. Giving him the complete lead, but you have to let him somewhere, or it's just the Tom broadcast. In which case, no one will
yeah, don't spew the racist comments and the F word, and don't do all that in the process.
Well, Joe, Tommy's got to learn he can't take the coffee table dance to the big stage.
Oh, I love it. Oh, you got to refine yourself a bit, Tommy. Got to be worthy at a big stage.
What is Tommy doing for rights and freedoms? I mean, why is he on the
sound like Paul with that one.
Cat coin and chaos.
Cat coin and chaos.
Cat coin and chaos.
And notoriety. I mean, what the hell is he doing?
And why doesn't he have his own channel if he's got that much to say about it?
Yeah,
he does. He has 46 subscribers. He's building a network of detractors.
Does he have a channel?
Yeah.
Well, who knew?
He said all that proves is that if I decide to start creating content, there's at least 46 people already who are ready for what I got on you.
Prepared.
Okay.
So there's no content on it.
No, and he wants this first vid to be about Paul, which is, this is how you're going to start your channel.
I watched the game. Like, the best thing you could do is talk shit about me. They already did it. It was like one of the best months I've had on all levels, and I didn't even want it. And I really didn't even care. It's like I'm more passionate about the truth in the moment with whoever I'm talking to than I am about them and what the fuck they think about me. I really don't give a fuck. So they go, oh, we got you triggered because we were hating for days and weeks and months. And I'm like, no, I'm just passionate about truth and exposing you for being a fraud. Because you all keep saying I'm not. Right. So we can play that game. But yeah, I don't get it. I don't get him. Other than just complete insanity. I don't get how he would want to continue to live his life like this and not see the error of his ways and think it's going somewhere. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. He's got a grand Sigma plan.
He's got that really big ego, and I'm not sure what justifies it.
I'm not even sure what a Sigma is.
Over the Alpha.
It's over the alpha?
Over the alpha, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So do you want to go into this?
No, Jane Goodall explained it good at the beginning of the broadcast.
So their characterization is a lone wolf, to boil it down. That's how Tommy sees himself. No, Tom, you're just estranged, right? Is what it is. See, and again, remember when I said they just keep telling my story and they're not as good at it? I'm a lone wolf, right? I stand tall. I walk alone. And I put myself in situations the majority of folks wouldn't dream of doing it because they have a bunch of reasons why, good or bad. So I am that. I've pretty much always been that. You are estranged. Nobody's looking for you. They don't want to listen to you. You're generally perceived as a crazy person.
It's
so you're
spectacle.
alienated.
It's spectacle, Tommy. When a lot of people you are there to see a spectacle, and that's not what you want. I mean, I know it's attention is attention for some people, but don't settle for that shit. Make a motherfucker appreciate the words coming out of your mouth.
Yeah, you're like constantly looking for other groups of people you can get in to talk shit about me. That's not a lone wolf. A lone wolf is me, who I'm asked to come any places, and sometimes I don't go there, or when I go there after the fact, I break bad on everybody based on truth.
Paul, do you really feel like a lone wolf? Are you really going to sit here bragging about your number count and call yourself a lone wolf? Or is the guy with no videos?
When was I bragging
How about the guy with no videos and 49 subscribers?
I
Is he a
wasn't
lone
bragging
wolf?
about the numbers, bro.
No, you're not bragging about it when you go to another channel and say, "Excuse me, brothers and sisters, this is boring. You've got 17 viewers." Oh, that was earlier before I showed up. But Paul, see, there's this new thing where I show up, and since you don't respect the other channels that claim to be your friend enough to watch them, this new thing is
Wait, now I have to watch other channels?
If you want to respect them, yes.
This is
Yeah,
bizarre
don't call it
power
have to. You get to,
Hold
Paul.
on.
You get to watch other channels.
No. That's not how that works.
Oh, I know.
spend
That's why
my
you're failing.
most valuable resource, my time, energy, attention. Even this is too much right now. What we're doing.
I know.
So
But remember, when you put the time, energy, and attention.
What everyone else is doing.
He's talking
when I
over
catch
me.
myself doing that, I usually
He's
stop
talking
and
over me.
go about my business.
Is this how you treat guests on your show? You just talk over them?
You're not a
kick 'em out in
guest.
the backstage?
You're not a guest. I wouldn't have you at my house. I wouldn't
Thank
have
you.
you.
Now we're on the same page. If I find you at my house, I'll fucking blow you
I don't
away. But
view you
listen,
as a
the
respectable
new
being.
thing is like if I
you as
show up and blow up
trustworthy.
like
I
that,
don't view
and
you
then I
as
come back,
reasonable
it's
or
gonna be like
sensible.
NPR return.
And you're not courteous. So you're not a guest to me. You're
Right,
an
but also it's like
interloper.
you're in an NBA game, like you're Michael Jordan, and you keep pointing at me in the stands while I'm getting a beer, and you're going, "You'll never be this. You can't dunk like." I'm like, dude, I just brought my kid
Pretty
to watch
much.
the game. I'm just watching the
Pretty
thing.
much. You're talking shit from the sidelines.
No, I'm not talking
And I
shit.
just
You're
dunked
acting
on
like
you.
from the sideline.
you're acting like everyone is a basketball player. Okay, now that Pitbull Mama, has
from the. I love his analogy.
I thought she got it. She doesn't fucking get it.
Yeah, I just
Okay.
spun dunked the ball from the foul line, and you're.
So
in the
I want to. Well, Paul, if I'm anything like that, I'm the guy that made the half court. Now I'm a fucking millionaire, and you still don't believe it. How about that?
You're the guy. You're exactly. That's a great analogy. You're the guy who they bring out from the stands to throw one ball and win 50,000, and you somehow hit it.
Yeah, only that ball and hitting it from half court, it required like an education and a knowledge of things to look at companies and evaluate them and put some.
Consistently get on the court and do what, as you characterized, Michael Jordan does.
You don't even want your answers. You don't even want your fucking answers. And you know why you don't want your answers?
Logically, like I said, you're up here spewing your subconscious.
You brought me up to talk over.
1 second. So you view me as Michael Jordan and you in the stands. I'll accept that characterization. Right. So you come on half court, you throw the ball at the event, you get it from half court, they give you 100 G's, there's your cat coin. But you can't come on the court day to day and do what the fuck I do, not the way I do it. So they're not the same. It's not the same position. Sit in the fucking stand, shut the fuck up. When I bring you out on the court to play the game, be happy you're there and act like it. Or you go back to the stands. See?
Is the 100 G's the 49 subscribers?
No, the 100G. Okay, he's slow. He's in Missouri. He's a blue
Yeah,
collar
he's a
in
little slow
Missouri.
on the uptake. He's one of those type A alpha.
No. And
non-sigma.
just to clear it up for Rob, it doesn't mean I'm a hermit. A Sigma is alpha capable and does not give a fuck about your adornment or your attention. He'd rather work alone, like his video that will blow
Well,
you
Tommy,
guys
you
away.
don't have any videos, but you have 49 subscribers, so presumably
That
all
was
of those
my
you
point.
got
You
by
were here when I
copying
made
your
that
own thing.
point.
1 second. He's telling us all the work
He doesn't
he's
get it.
going through, like a lot of the Sigmas do oftentimes. Like he says.
Well, Jeep
one
Girl's
day
been
he's
waiting
going to do it.
patiently.
We didn't do it yet, but
Well,
he's
no,
gonna
it's
really
the same
build
way I
it one
did
day and
my
make
my
it on his
college.
own and
No,
become a
it's the
real
same way I
boy.
did my college projects, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
Now I
on
understand.
Adderall and convincing yourself and everyone else that you're important.
I was never on meth or Adderall. That was after college that happened, and you know how that happened. And the fact you still lean
Tom,
into
you're
that
not a
makes
lone wolf.
it makes
I am
it makes
that. I
hell
exemplify
hotter
that
for
in all
you.
areas and arenas. I go my own way. I don't.
No. See, you don't get that when you say I'm not a lone wolf. That's
I'm
why.
in and out on the
No.
mission. You're a source of confusion and chaos constantly.
Someone let me know when
Nobody
it's my
would have
turn.
you in their life.
And I don't mean that like I'm waiting for my turn to talk. I mean I've already heard this before.
And I don't do it for my own reasons. So you're wrong again about needing validation and adoration and adulation. I have limited.
What are you talking about? You've been I don't know what you're saying. You can't stay on track because you so desperately need to keep my truth a secret.
Strange and alienated.
Do you remember when you got shut down when I told you simply, if you're lying about me, you're not telling the truth? And you said, well, it's my perception. And I said, your perception isn't truth.
Okay.
Now back that up, Joe. Let's hear your stupid faggot laugh about it.
Demo crazy one day, and can we just?
Why doesn't the chat tell you guys that Joe?
That's what I'm saying, and you just keep talking over me. Can we bring everyone up one day, or can we just vote down there, like between me and you? And because you're always competing with me, like even when I'm not around, you're talking about me, competing with me, talking about when you were with me in the first day. So can we just do demo crazy and have everyone in the chat just? However many,
and
if you want.
What I'd like you to do is, yes, I do talk. I make posts
Okay, so
about
put a
you
one
and
down
comments.
there if you want
Hold on.
Tommy in your life, and
I'm just
any.
gonna wait.
The two in your life, if of course you want me in your life, and him out of life completely, metaversely, of course.
Are you doing the vote me out thing? Because you used to charge $100 to get rid of me. Why don't you do that anymore? Your fucking plebs still broke. You know that's why you got kicked off Lauren. You know I spent $100 to kick you off Lauren. You know that, and you came back here acting like, oh, you just weren't feeling it.
That's because you were desperate.
So if I'm following you around, I love you so much. Why would I drop $100 to get rid of your fucking voice?
Desperate for the money that she ruined an experience, right? I was tired of those experiences, so
I know she got paid to ruin an experience. You do it for free.
To do a little bit better and for people to have fun with it, and it works for everyone.
No, nothing you do works for everyone. That's why it's all new panels, all new people constantly.
He doesn't want
you run people off because you don't trust anyone. That's why I sound like Mitch right now. I just sound like Mitch because I'm spelling you out once again like Mitch does.
You paid.
I found the first time Mitch ever visited. Whenever I was getting footage of you, I found Mitch's first days.
Oh.
Mitch's first days were. See, he doesn't. He's doing. He's filibustering me, Joe. You're not going to stand up for rights, Joe. You're not going to film him like a fucking cop. You're just.
You can't talk over me constantly. Your meth brain is impeding you. Okay, so you got to learn to breathe more. You ever see Donnie Trump will do those breaths where he's like, you got to get in through the nose, out through the mouth. Even when you're triggered. So try to work on that. So
Do you think his tolerance would be up high enough that he'd have that under control?
This is
more backstage than
No, this is damage that's been done from prolonged use. Right. So because he's used these drugs for so long, certain drugs, that's why I stayed away from those drugs. Because, I figured, hey, I'm either going to kill myself with these drugs or there's going to be lasting damage. So stay away from crack and meth and shit like that, because it winds up having you look and act like this. And I saw those folks growing up, not that the other shit I was doing doesn't have its own effects, but who wants to show up acting like this anywhere? It just doesn't work. Manic depressive constantly, addled, wide-eyed, shifty.
Can you not talk over me long enough to show you your hypocrisy right now? I'll do it while you light that. The first time I ever told positive stories about things that were beneficial to me as a singularity, when I did do meth, you said, don't come around here promoting people to do meth as if I was the one that made their decisions for them. But now you sit here and actively say day after day that I am using shit that I don't even use, that I never use. And I'm not.
You were using meth.
Yeah, you just said you always do. Don't even backtrack. I will call. Oh man, I will lose my words for you to deny that you'll even say if I say the wrong context, if I accidentally use present tense,
Yeah, that's
you'll
important.
say, using now verified. Hashtag meth verified.
Those little details that you overlook in your life, everywhere in your life, right? The devil's in the details. Because I can tell by the way someone speaks what they really mean and how they're positioning for other people. Pretty good at that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm not going to let you do that, and I don't let anyone do that. And I don't do that myself either, so I'm pretty consistent. But
I've never heard you say that about
you
Tommy.
just did it. No, and he just did it.
Yeah, but you didn't
He
listen
said-
because
no,
I said you were like suffering from like prolonged damage from what you've done. I didn't say you're still using. You speak in the present tense when you talk about using, which is very indicative of you still using it sometimes, right? It's very revealing. I don't ever talk about pills and powders and anything other than reefer and certain plants and herbs in the present tense as if I'm still using it. I say it's like another world that I don't even like. I look back and I go, I'm glad I went through that, but it's like a completely different person almost.
Paul, if we want to talk about the effects of long-term usage of anything, you're telling me that I'm nitpicking and cherry picking about calling you on that as you sit here and verify, yes, if I say present tense, it means I do it. How big of a stupid fucking hypocrite can you be? A hellbound one? Yeah, I'd say so. I don't even believe in hell. And when I met you, I'm like, wait, there's probably a hell because this guy needs to go to it tonight.
Right, because like I'm one of the worst people around, right, Tom?
Yeah, you are. Without the theft and violence, you're all that's left to be a horrible person. If we take out theft and violence, you're the last bastion of horrible
And
fucking
you don't
people.
see how this is supremely ironic that
that I'm only like this to come fuck with
Okay,
you,
so
and
then-
you say you're a bit? Like, I'm not a bit. You got to say this is me 24/7 because it's something you can't handle. And yet I'm the bit. What do you got for me, Joe?
What makes Paul horrible?
I've told you a million times, as many times as you've called me a racist N-word. And you want to sit here and ask like you can ever understand the answer to a question without saying I'm dancing. Shut up, Joe. You've lost everyone's respect. They just won't tell you that they don't respect you, Joe. You're like a new Jack Talcott. Joe Talcott.
I've what I think and feel about
Yeah,
him.
but your chat doesn't. Your chat rips him every
fucking talking over me, fuckface. What don't you get about that dynamic? Okay, and I don't give a fuck how loud you get. And you could tell me to meet you in Denver, and one of these days when I'm feeling froggy, I might take you up on it because I just get tired of people like you. So just cut the bullshit, Tom. Let's just try to have a regular back and forth and address the facts of the matter. I've told Joe Cool what I think and feel about him like everyone else who comes here, and I'll tell you in your fucking face on the corner or wherever the fuck you keep telling me to come to and email.
I don't keep coming. I don't keep telling you to come here because you already know what happens when you come here. Hey, shut up, bitch! The men are talking. Now, listen, Paul, you can sit here and ramble the same old shit, but the people I'm talking about that don't respect Joe Cool are the people that don't respect you because they're cult names with numbers. And when they see me in other places, they talk to me like we're buddies. What do you think of that?
So, Tom, is shut up, bitch part of your repertoire with all these
Just for bitches that want to drop my name for clout, and you didn't even give it anything but crickets.
So what makes you think that Brielle gets any clout or that she's looking for that by talking about you? She doesn't have a channel. She's not a broadcaster. You know, she has a life. And she's got stalkers like you, apparently, who get arrested coming to try to see her. So you have a whole narrative in your mind about what's supposed to go on with her because you're twisted and bizarre. And she's just like talking about you and fucking with you and laughing at you like pretty much everyone else in your life. And you think something important's happening.
No, none of this is important. That's why it's fun. You think it's important because it's your ego. And I got nothing.
There's no reason for a normal person who's functional to think any of this is really fun.
It's a bizarre thing to be a part of, to even witness.
I want to know where I can name drop Tommy and get some free appetizers or something.
Well, that's the thing. Let me address flow state, so maybe I can get some honor able not backstaged for a second with your God mod powers. Remember how I just said that tonight? All you got's God mod powers, and it ain't shit. Because everything you're gonna backstage me about, once I start making videos, I'll just do your thing. I'll just restream.
In and out.
That's your problem, Pineal, is it doesn't get old. You're a 19-year-old in a 30-year-old body. You're fucking stupid.
Yeah, and the same goes for you. So, like, again, this is where all criticism is criticism.
I understand, Paul. Anybody that knows
You're
the truth
supremely
will...
immature and underdeveloped in many areas of your life.
You let me know when I'm going to get a whole sentence out, because every channel tries this, and it doesn't work.
Jesus, Tommy.
Yeah, when
What do
I
you mean,
stopped
Jesus,
talking,
Tommy. I'm the one that's getting backstage, faggot.
You're
I'm
the
from
one that
Missouri.
keeps
Clear?
correcting.
Ain't
Right, so
nobody else up here said a fucking word, Tommy. You
I would have
get what
kicked you out a long time ago. The first
Hey,
time you
Joe, well,
scrapped the
that's
dead
the
bomb,
thing,
you were
Joe. I
gone.
got history with all of them older than your stupid ass. And
you
Joe,
get
they
what
really
you
do
want.
talk shit on you, Joe. Joe, they
You
talk
do.
shit on
Oh
you.
my God, people say negative shit about me. I never would have thought that, Tommy. That revelation. I don't know what to do.
Oh, I
with
know.
that.
You're sitting through mine. You're sitting through mine, and you think I got privilege? You think this is privilege, Joe? You're watching it,
I
baby.
don't know what you're talking about.
Joe
You took one of the
Fool.
weird leaps that dude be talking about again.
Joe
It's in your
Tool.
head, and you think people see what you see.
Ja Rule. Now, for the pit bull mama, listen, bitch, all I remember is one time you came up. I didn't know who the fuck you were. I wasn't on the panel. I was just watching silently, watching and waiting.
You can't do that.
She said, well, I was having a...
You can't do what I do with some people sometimes, which is call males or females bitches, because you are a hoe. And you can't do that because you wouldn't do that in the room with her. And you wouldn't do it in the room with her and me or anyone else. So let's just stop all that. There's no reason for that because you're angry and triggered like a hoe. And now you want to compete with women, right? And it's not a good look for you. Start being competitive with women and being cat.
Yeah, but the
what I
problem
noticed,
is,
Paul, is that
before YouTube, oh,
Tommy's
here
never around
comes
when
the
Wes
pedo.
Watson
Here
is
it
on.
comes.
Have you noticed that? He'll never come around that time because...
Right, and then he'll be crying on every other panel when I finally like boot him out of here and don't let him back for another few
I
weeks.
come back, but you don't want to find out why I ever came back for AD
right.
Tom.
So, like when I finally like don't let him back for weeks and months, he'll be crying, oh, how come we can't get back on Lauren's panel, on Moose's panel, on Talcott? Everywhere he goes, oh, remember the first day with Paulie? I wish you could go back to old days. And then he does this, and keeps yelling words that I'm asking him. Please don't incorporate that into the broadcast. We don't need that. We don't need extra heat. But that's where his power is.
If I be really good, Mr. Unslaved,
it's not about that. It's not about that.
No, I have a request.
Right.
If I be really good, can we drop one of these low row fools for Christos?
We don't need to drop anyone. There's 2 spaces on the panel.
That'd be fine, I guess, as long as the pedo shuts up and Pineal doesn't shoot a school.
Yeah, you don't get to make conditions on what everyone does here. I don't know.
Not for Pineal, I know. He could just
it's like the
loot cannon
special
a
kid who
school.
comes into class and then goes, hey, teacher, I'm going to decide how everything runs. And I go, yeah, it just can't work that way because you're a special kid. And even if I gave you the power, you fuck everything up. So we can't do it that way.
So when I get pulled from the backstage, I'm the one telling you how it's going to be.
You can't even get that done. You're not going to control everyone else. That'd be foolish.
Man, pot, meat, kettle.
Right.
This is Sigma versus Alpha, dude. You can't control me.
That's the thing, though. I can control myself and my life, and this is my podcast, so I get the option to control others in various aspects metaversally to keep them from being an impediment to themselves and others. It's called government because you're like mind controlled and it gets in our way. So then I have to physically, metaversally control you.
I do agree that I get in your way, but as your plebs sit here and agree that you should tyrannize, it contradicts everything you do. And it makes
Right,
that
I'm not
pit bull
interested in
mama
what
less
I'm not
attractive every time
interested.
she agrees with it.
Okay, I'm getting my hands getting a lot of exercise tonight. You know.
Oh, wait, even without internet, we know that.
That's the thing. See, like a lot of exercise for this motion. Talcott's used to that. His shoulders getting really buff from all this motion.
I thought that was masturbating.
That too. Okay, I didn't want to say it, but yeah, right arm a lot bigger than the other arm. Tom, now I got off track. I'm actually addressing his insanity, and I forgot his last piece of insanity. Could you remind me what it was you just said? The last insane comment you made.
Yeah, it was everything feels like exercise when you're shaped like Grimace.
No, before that.
You're fucking shaped like Grimace.
Before that.
Why bother backstaging me when you're just gonna talk over me anyway?
Oh, that was right. Yeah, okay. So I don't care what you think about my ideals and principles. Why did you just run from the backstage area? I was gonna bring you back. You keep running and going down and coming back up. Like, what's this?
That was so helpful of him, though.
Yeah, I don't care what some hovel-dwelling slave who sits in the dark all day and is estranged and alienated thinks about what I do in my life or on the metaverse. You don't do what I do in life or on the metaverse, so why would I listen to you? Right? You're not a man of principles and values in your life or on the metaverse, so why would I defer to you? It's foolish. Okay, I don't understand how that would work. Oh, like your message and who you are and what you stand for is completely being destroyed by what you're doing, right? And you are. And your message is, and what you stand for is, and we should listen to you about me. Why? Exactly. Yeah.
But I mean, it's not even contradictory to, like, it's property rights is how I see it. This panel is your property. And if he's going to come in and get it pulled off YouTube or whatever, that's like coming in and taking shit on someone's floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a fine line between me just kind of playing up or just letting it off the leash, whatever's authentically going on in the moment.
And like you say, his what he's comfortable with, where he feels most powerful, is risking your shit. Casually to him, he feels really good when he says racist bullshit or calls this girl a B. To him, ooh, I scored a point. And you don't see it like other people see it.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing there except he is, enjoying using his malcontentious personality to be a discordian and to love to be hated, right? And I get it. We all have that in us. I have it in me. I've talked about it. I came on here with the impression of to be loved or love to be hated because I know the way that I present at different times is going to elicit that response. He's not loved or liked or respected by anyone, right? He's just hated by all, reviled by all. So, and he likes to take pride in that. Oh, I'm like a Joker character. No, the Joker was respected because there was a point, there was an idea, there was certain principles. It was twisted, but there's a narrative there. There's, stuff being done. There's a cause and effect. There's a philosophy. He's just, contentious and belligerent and wants to compete while he's incompetent in his own life in every area. He can't compete. So, yeah, it's just a big time and energy waster for me and everyone else. That's all it amounts to. And he likes to suck energy, right? That's what an energy vampire like him does. Just like Boschini and all the rest. They're go ahead.
My observation with him is that he likes to suck energy because he doesn't exert his energy. Obviously, he's really gambled on one lucky break, and he's put all his stock into that one occurrence as his true value of self now, and that's why you see this frustration and delusion because he can't come to terms with the fact that he can't risk it. He doesn't have the anything to risk really at this point.
Which is why it's the best time ever to start a channel. I mean, you got nothing to lose.
Yeah, start being your authentic self. Don't start it with some hate because you're angry at a motherfucker. You're gonna curse your channel through the gate. Start it in honesty.
Well,
I mean, he knows, like I know, and everyone else knows that nobody's going to show up to look at it, and if they do, they're just going to show up to watch him fail.
I'm an idiot. I try to support everybody. I'd go over there, spend time, try to get him to be his best self, listen to him, call me all sorts of names, and talk about me just so I can try to get him to do it better.
Yeah, I'll look at it. If he makes content, I'll check it out and subscribe. I'm sort of the same way, but I won't subscribe to nothing.
Yes, I don't.
But you're missing my point. Is that he's going to make some exertion of his energy into something more productive and valuable than just talking or getting attention to himself. He can't just please himself. He could. It's nice to get some pleasure out of what you do, but what you do should be the pleasure more so than the in and of itself. With him, it seems that he prefers to run around and rant from panel to panel and do absolutely nothing or contribute to anyone or anything. Really, it's all about him and his attention. He's exhibiting. I mean, if Wes Watson said, "What do you think about this character?" and asked him what he thinks about someone like Illuminati, it's embarrassing. You say, "Why do you even let him on here, this bitch?"
But it's like literally like Johnny Cash has that song, go tell a long tongue liar, go tell a midnight rider. He's both of those. Tell the rambler. He's one of those. The gambler. He's one of those. The backbiter. He's one of those. Sooner or later, God's going to cut you down. And he's going to come here and tell me who and what I am when he's like every line of, every idea of everything that's wrong with humanity.
Yeah.
And thinks that there's like pride in that.
He never did.
I'm a lone wolf
he never did get to why he thought you were going to hell and you're such a bad guy. I would have loved that conversation. I think you'd have slayed him on that motherfucker. Because he'd had to talk about his great attributes, in order to compete with yours. I would have loved to hear that shit.
Well, yeah, I'm just the most powerful person that's come into his life that has affected him and also checked him. Now he can't deal with that.
Yes, and for that matter, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting, but earlier you said about the people who respect him. That's not really true. He's hanging on to anyone he hasn't offended yet, or anyone who hasn't criticized him yet. Because as soon as they cross that line and have a criticism for him, they'll put on the list of the people with us. There is no one who truly respects him for him.
Dude,
I'll bring him up as a meme. Like I'll say Illuma slavery to talk about a personality type. To, refer to him like a meme. He talks about me like I'm the one that got away. The unrequited love story.
Yeah.
Tells you subconsciously everything you need to know.
Yeah, he got no closure and he's mad.
She wanted to fuck me and I missed my shot.
Yes, we can't take it back to that day when I got so close to you.
Well, people follow Tommy because it's like a NASCAR race. They're just waiting for the crash, Otherwise, it just loops around in a circle, like NASCAR. They watch it. They want to see the crash.
I got
That's what they're waiting. His followers.
I need to see who the Fang person is. Who's the Fang mister in the back? Could I see you, person?
A lot of people waiting to see me get arrested too. I know a third of my viewers just be like, "Please shut that thing up."
Well, all criticism is self-criticism. Everything I said about him applies to me too. The difference is that I've been doing this long enough to verify to myself and others and them that I'm not going away and I'm liable to get better or stay the same. And you could sit around looking for me to crash all you want. It probably ain't going to happen, And if it does, I did it willfully, right? Like I crash out, like they say, on the streets. When I do shit, I go in willingly knowing what the fuck might happen. And then when it happens, I go, okay, well, that's part of your experience. You get to witness and be part of. But I'm doing it for the right reason, right?
Another person's not going to understand that that's part of your experience. They're going to used to be seeing you here. And when you go off on a new different thing, they're going to see something different. But it's your life and it was your lesson at that moment.
And failing at something you try is leaps and bounds better than not trying.
Yeah, agreed. Right. I say yes to every fucking thing. I'll be on Tommy's couch. I'll go.
I don't say
yes to everything.
I say no to a lot of shit, but the bottom line is, it's about consistency, right? You show up somewhere for yourself and others every day with your product. It's like we're back on the block, right? Yeah. You're not going to talk about getting so I don't care what it is. You better be out there every day, X amount of hours with the product and pushing it. Even if that's just consciousness and awareness.
And then 90% of it is showing up, preparation, and then would be those other things, charisma, or or whatever it is that people admire in you. You still got to refine those things as well. Once you get there, showing up is a huge part, but you want to shine once you get there, so you got to work on that too.
Yeah, but that's how you can tell majority of people don't believe in themselves or the product, and you are the product in this game, unless they're
Yes.
doing like most of them do, which they don't live that way.
Yes.
So, you know,
You are
if
the
they really believed in themselves and the product, they wouldn't be scared to show
Right.
up, you know,
Of
every day,
course.
X amount of time. You know, and all these people, oh, I come on once a week and, you know, I'm just going to keep it short. That's code for you can't go long.
Yeah. Yes.
Which you're
Or if you're
scared.
always in the same place, if you're scared to venture out and go other places, that's a code for you're afraid as well.
Yeah,
Do
I
you
see it
not
with
feel
all of them,
like
and
you could
everybody
be
has the same
comfortable?
patterns in this shit. They don't realize we all go through the same experience and have the same pattern. With Synthetic Warrior, same shit. Oh, I'm not doing well, but I'm not going to put the donations up because I'm going to care about what other people say about me. I go, you're blocking your blessings, bro. You don't think I
Yeah.
went through that already? I'm telling you
Right.
firsthand, like I, you know, focus on all this shit because I live by the information, and I had to look at that and go, folks are begging me to give me shit for
Yeah.
just being me, and I'm not going
Yeah.
to block my blessings. That would be a
Yeah.
slave mind and heart, right? I'm not
Yes.
macking on them. I'm not pimping on them. I'm not
Right.
begging for shit.
Right.
And I'm not playing a victim to get it. So I don't tell, oh, I need this and I need that. Oh, if I could just get this. And then, you know, I
Right,
don't
but
do that, right?
tires, I need a new set of tires. I hear that shit all the time. I lost
Yeah,
my
whatever the fuck.
wallet. I hear all sorts of shit out here, bro.
No, I'll tell people, like, listen, it kind of fucks me up that I get on here and I stay consistent and folks contribute, and then somebody breaks my car window out when I'm hundreds of miles away. And
Yeah.
then, you know, people hit me with something, but I'm not like, I'm just like, they're going, you know, this is fucked up, right? But
Right.
it's kind of a tester and a challenger, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So, yeah. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you really believed in yourself and the product, you would just start your own shit and you'd show up every day for X amount at 20 minutes, right? Because it's not always good to go long. As long as you're not afraid to go long and you could learn how to do it, it would
Right.
be best for me to come on and just do 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, as long as you're consistent, start there, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
But I'm
In
not
fact,
going to live that way.
yeah, some motherfuckers stop there. I know a lot of motherfuckers that come up and they say a couple words and they stop. I see that as fear. All right, motherfucker, you've been doing that shit long enough. Time to expand. Give us more.
Yeah.
But that's
So
the thing. Paul, you are so consistent. I mean, that's it. It's made me have to look at myself because I'm like, I'm so up and down every day would be a different me. If I had a channel, it'd be every day, you know, oh, hey, you know, you are solid, consistent, and you're
Yeah.
not selling a product. I mean, it's not like,
No, I
not
understand.
only are you consistent, you're standing for what is the most important product, the most important issue that we have. So
We understand you, baby. You may in your heads you may be sounding vague, but I am totally with you on everything you're saying.
it's you really have made me feel so inadequate in my ups and downs and you know, just the emotional roller coasters because you just fucking lay it down every day, every single day.
He's level, yeah.
Broadcast gold every day. So consistent, and it's not about nothing, it's about everything.
But that's the thing, right? It's like I'll go into the rights, freedom, principles, value shit, and that's great. We need that. But the key to this whole thing of life, what I've determined is it's about consciousness and awareness. You can't do rights, freedom, principles, or anything else in the world if you can't maintain a centeredness in yourself and a knowledge of who and what you are through all things. So that's why I had to take it back. It started with where I was at, right? And then I had to take it back for what I saw in myself and everyone else, which was, how am I going to give people legal, lawful rights, freedom, and principles when this starts with a decade or more of who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? What is culture? What is society? What is psychology? How does it work? You got to go down the list of things, right? And again, it's just back to the overall umbrella is consciousness and awareness. What is it? How does it work? How do we operate it and get the best results? You know, so again, that's why we can't get nowhere in any of these arenas because folks can't operate their vessel. They're up and down, like you say, every day. They wake up, don't know what the fuck they want to do, don't know where they want to be, going somewhere they don't want to be. They know that, but they got to be there. All this shit, right? So we got to get back to basics. We got to get back to the purest form of supernatural self-knowledge and then build off that. You know, that's why I say, like, this shit, it would seem to me on a world scale has to get worse before it gets better because folks got to lose all their shit. They almost have to be. They're not going to give it up to be giving everything back. The majority of folks. So a lot of folks are going to have to lose, I think, in order to regain their footing.
Or you take the guidance from people that know and understand this. Like I hate to keep getting back to Wes Watson, but he does give a lot of good techniques. And the technique he described there, I think today on today's broadcast, it elaborates a little bit more what Joe you're talking about. It's not just showing up, but you got to show up with that intent, and that intent comes from that future projection of where you want to be, where you expect everything to happen, what you need to do it. You want me to read this out, Paul?
No, I'm just putting that up to block this. Hey, Fang person.
Hello, sir.
Fang Mista.
Meistus.
Okay.
How are you?
How are you?
Very well, thank you. I don't use a camera on social media. Thank you for allowing me on the panel. I do like your style very much and your strength.
So when did you catch on to what I'm doing here?
It's been a little bit. Just watching and observing.
So you wouldn't have any reason to do anything odd or bizarre, right?
No, sir.
I'll accept that. The energy behind it is convincing. Yeah, just cursory check, you see a new name and you know how these people get down. So
yes, I do.
Like doing with slavery.
I'm used to it.
Rude and crude. Some people are.
Right. So what's your deal overall?
Just growing and learning and loving and being strong as a woman, female.
Yeah.
And doing what we can to get everybody across to the other side safely. Whatever that means.
I think where's your accent from, Fang?
Georgia.
Georgia, I like it. And the other side, you mean
spiritually speaking, I walk in the spirit more than the flesh. It's important.
What'd you think she meant, Joe? Africa?
That's what I think, man.
Back. I'm really looking for these people to get back on the other side. I'm trying to help them.
I was hoping. I'm a fan of that afterlife shit. God, fan. I was hoping.
It's not an afterlife. It's a now life.
All right, I go for
and
that.
everybody needs to drop that afterlife. You do not have to die to walk in the kingdom of heaven. This is so important to understand.
Very good.
Do it now. You don't have to wait. You are the ultimate realm walker, the ultimate go-between, Midgard. This is where we are. Just do it. It's important to do it.
I agree with that.
Spiritual. Your spirit, soul, and flesh walk as one no matter what. It's just what takes prominence in the moment. Anyway, Paul, thank you. I do enjoy you. You're fun to watch and solid. I agree with the solid with Miss Witness saying so. Thank you.
Well,
So Paul, how often do you look forward to doing this every day? Because you are consistent, or do you have to make yourself sometimes?
That's a good question.
I mean, I set an intention, right? And I say I'm going to create a habit that would lead to success.
I think he's saying, do you still enjoy it?
Of course. I wouldn't do it if I didn't enjoy it. It's part of the idea, right? Like,
yeah, it's a beautiful thing.
If we don't enjoy what we have to do, we have to learn to enjoy it. So
I would agree with that as well. That's some Eastern philosophy shit. Yes.
It's like saying, do you still enjoy standing for rights and freedoms and going to jail? Well, if I don't, I better learn to.
Yes, because I'm going to be there.
No, I'm not supposed
to. Hey, is Fang still up there? Hey, Fang.
Yes, I'm here.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the government.
Okay. It's not my favorite subject.
Left or right?
Neither.
Neither. All right. What about the cops? Yeah, good guys, bad guys. One good cop, one bad cop.
One individual at a time. How do you wear it? What are you doing?
Right on. There are a lot of
Discern
good.
in the moment. You don't judge prior. You don't take everything as a
Well,
group. You
I'm
go
trying
one
to get
on
you
one
to.
in the moment as it comes.
All right, I think I know where you're going here, Joe. Let me take over for a second.
All right,
Please
go ahead,
rank from best to worst ethnic group. So we have the African group,
Yeah, that's exactly where I was
Latinos and small-hatted folks.
dude.
That is what we were all thinking.
Every tribe has their strength.
So
We're to move as a rainbow warrior. You're to. No one is pure. Let's get over that fact for a moment. Okay, we all are mixed, and this is the point thereof of why we exist at this time now. As the full rainbow warrior, you're to pull from all the tribes.
Yeah, except the police and the government, though, right?
They're not tribes.
I want to, but how can you have a good cop if the job is to enforce bad laws?
Yeah, Wayne.
You're misinterpreting the meaning of tribe versus
No.
class.
He was jumping back to what I was saying. He was leaving tribe. He's going where I was going.
Forgive them, Flow State. They know not what they do.
Some of them.
Yeah, and the namesake is here right now, and I'll say this is that anyone that's working and trying to enforce administrative law on the people is unconstitutional on its face.
And witness, I would suggest that even if you don't understand that you're doing harm, it's still your responsibility to know that.
Yes.
Then maybe it would be more the responsibility of those who do know to show, to teach, to shine the light.
Yes. I mean, I do it. I know Paul does it. We do it in different ways, but we do that shit every day. Break our necks and take risks trying to show people the light. In fact, I guess because I get yelled at and criticized for it, he probably does too. Why you got to be so mean when you do that shit? Why you got to curse? Why you got to be disrespectful? You know, fucking ain't no road map.
Why don't you just do what they told you?
Yes. I don't mind you venting and sharing your grievances as long as you do it from 50 feet away quietly and while the man's not working, and wait till he's done and then respectfully approach him. Fuck you. You get out there and do that gay ass shit.
It doesn't matter how you wake up as long as you wake up.
That's more important.
And I misspoke. Police, etc., are not a class. It's a job. Come on.
But it's not relevant to the question, though. How can you be a good person if your job is doing bad things?
Well, if you look into every job, 3/4 of the population are killing each other with electromagnetic warfare, pushing buttons on a fucking phone. For real. Wearing wearables. It's called wearables, man.
If I wear a wearable, I'm not harming anybody else but myself. I don't wear them because I understand that, but
I'm not speaking about you personally.
No, I know. I'm just using me as an example. Anybody, but wearing wearables doesn't harm other people.
Well, are you sure?
I mean, you have to be sitting really close to them.
Really?
And
yeah.
Let's talk about degrees. Let's not ignore the degree thing here. Police are literally kidnapping you by a different name, robbing you by a different name, hurting you and beating you up and abusing you and calling it whatever the fuck they want. That's a little different from a motherfucker wearing a fucking Apple Watch.
True, but are we talking about common law or are you talking about the Babylonian system?
The one that we live in.
Well, the Babylonian system is more the governmental system.
Yeah, that one. That's the one that beats you every day and takes your money if you touch
well,
your
what are you going
tire.
to do? I mean, they go after Nimrod. I mean, they follow the law. That's their rule.
So you would agree that those cats are shitty?
Well,
yes,
I tend to cuss them out every moment I can.
You do not. This is about the same question I was asking you then. How many, if you could, give me a percentage of good cops and bad cops.
I really don't know. I just
you will not go there. I can tell.
Yeah, I know. I tend to get rebellious and I start cussing immediately. There's no in between.
Good cops, bad cops. Give me a percentage, please.
100% bad by definition.
It's like
There
any
you
other
I don't have any
profession.
feeling behind that either. I mean, it's
There is no feeling. It's a yeah. There's no feeling.
The lady up top, you say it's just like any other profession you were about to say?
I was about to jump on that too.
Very few of us are doing little harm. You know, I mean, they're on the tip of a spear, so to speak. You know, in that profession, and we can blame them. But I mean, it's a mind bug that most of us are living in on some level. And so to just say, "Oh, all the cops are bad," is like very superficial, and I think one-dimensional.
Their bread and butter is persecuting people for voluntary transactions and you drug users and parole violations,
We
basically.
already went over this. It's an objective conceptualization. If you take somebody else's word on what to do for right and wrong, you're not a good person. What makes a man or woman good or great? That they can ascertain right from wrong for everybody and do it. If you don't do that process or you can't do that process, then you're a bad person.
If you're a cop,
And the majority of folks, whether they're cops or not, I got news for you, are bad people because they don't in their life use their conscience to make every decision that they do.
But
They use
that's
other systems and mechanisms of making decisions that they should be doing on their own. That's the definition of bad people.
to be a cop, you have to give up that right to use your morals. You got to do what someone else tells you. It's like being in the military.
Most people are doing that in their life. They go to work, they give their life over to their boss and their daddies and their teachers and the authorities, and they don't think for themselves and they don't use conscience to make the next right decision. They just follow.
Correct, Paul.
Yeah, witness, how was tip of spear? If someone tells you, that grandmother, if she don't sign her ticket, you get to bust her window out and shock her ass and lock her up and take her car. How is that any tip of spear? Why do they get any fucking special recognition?
Well, I think, target a particular type of individual to take on that profession. I mean, there's the cops are the ones that there's a lot of ego there, and there's a limited, I think, mental capacity. There's a certain, I mean,
Kind of stupid, kind of power hungry.
yeah, all these things. I mean, but
They just don't believe there's consequences to their action. These people are not stupid. They don't believe in a world where we're all connected and there's objective right from wrong and there's consequences to doing wrong objectively in conscience. They don't apprehend that reality.
because
Like some folks think,
most of the time there aren't. I mean, that's the reality we're living in, right? I mean, this
right,
is
but it doesn't work that way. Again, this is the foolishness we go into because you don't see the consequence. You don't think you're not destroyed from within. These beings are unable to love. There's no coincidence why they have the highest rates of domestic violence, alcohol, drugs, all the rest of it. Because the trauma that they're putting themselves and others through is breaking them more and more from inside out, and they're not able to connect to life and to love truly and deeply. So if you knew better,
that
you knew
witness,
better.
that's interesting as fuck, right?
I just feel like we could have, we have the cop watchers, these channels that go out and do it. We could do that for every profession right now. I mean, it's just.
But not every profession has involuntary transactions.
And not every profession is hurting you so outright, robbing you every day in your face and doing really, they are the most tangible form of everything that you see that's ill with the system. None of it works unless they come and grab you from your house. They should be the targets over other people.
It's the violent expression of a mind control system that goes so deep that they're on the edge of it. That's like, it's kind of easy. I
don't understand why everyone is like focusing on what is the most, almost like the last stage of the mechanism. These people are on the ground with code programmed into them. They're following like machines. It's like saying you're going to argue with the dog robot that's patrolling New York City right now. You signed yourself up to pay for these people to build the system for them to run a code. So it starts with us. It ends with the police. And we are the police because we have to fill that role. So why we're going to point to the police
to substantiate them as the enemy when it's consciousness and awareness that's causing all this, specifically all of ours, for what we're giving our power
I'll give
to
you
and
an
not
example
standing
of,
for.
I'll give you an example of why you would do that shit. Let's say there's a puppeteer and he has a puppet on a string, and he has that puppet kicking you and knocking you around. The first thing you do is push that puppet away so that you can even fight the puppeteer. The fucking police is that puppet that they keep bouncing up and down on your head so you can't even think straight. You must address them. You must find a way to do both things simultaneously.
Agree. And I don't even think that Go
The
ahead.
puppet never fights the puppeteer.
But I don't even know that I agree that they're puppets,
Same
right? 'Cause
thing.
if you've ever like had a cop point a gun at you and looked in their eyes, you know that they're most of them are hoping that you'll give them a reason to be a hero.
Yes,
'Cause I've had a lot of people point guns at me, but it's always the cops. You can look in their eyes and you can tell who wants to touch the trigger and who doesn't, and it's always the cops that are wanting you to give them a reason.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's like,
Just be
is the
careful to
uniform
look outside
aware?
yourself for the, it's a blame game. It's like what can you do to help that situation? What can I mean,
No, fuck that, witness. That's why I'm staying with you and staying on this petty shit. And it's because you keep giving them passes. You keep wanting to tell me, but you're not telling. Just comply now. Complain later. They have a tough job. You got to understand where they're coming from. These are the things that you want to say and you're not saying.
no, I don't agree with any of that at all. No.
I already said that they're all bad, just like the majority of the fucking citizens are all bad by definition, because they don't use conscience to make their decision. But, again, the reason that they're there and that they have to cultivate a personality where they don't give a fuck is because they're constantly getting called by other citizen slaves to carry out their dirty work. So you could tell me how the cop is the one who's ready to show up and do it, but it was a citizen slave a lot of the time behind the scenes who was with their finger on the button, not a trigger, but a phone button. And they were just waiting. And they were just waiting for me or someone to give them a reason to hit 911 and get something done. So why does everyone keep going to the most extreme example of where we end up in the effect and not the cause, which is a bad faith, dissolute society of malcontents who have no true value system and principles. And if they see you doing something in the wrong area and don't like you, they're going to use the system against you. They do it to me on YouTube. So we could blame the cops ready to pull the trigger, or we could blame the citizen slave 10 moves up the chain who voted in daddy like my father and is waiting with a phone sometime after they run their mouth to have something enacted upon you.
I think we can do
all for the last 3 years.
I think we can do both and must do both.
Right, starts with conscious and awareness. There's nothing to look at on the board to blame. It's all a game of conscious and awareness.
When I'm out there, the citizen is more dangerous than the cop. The sheep out there is always more dangerous than the fucking cop. And you know what else? The hierarchy, the fucking aristocracy that comes up with all these crazy ass schemes to fuck over people. Can't leave them out. Can't leave out the media who loves to put bugs in the ear and trick my people all the time. I can't just focus on fucking one thing.
Right, but that's the thing, is that I don't call choosing to be a hoe and getting pimped and macked on intergenerationally tricking. Right? That's not, they're tricking themselves out of position, and they're doing it willingly. So we could play the victim and say, oh, these people are tricking my people. No, your people are a bunch of tricks and hoes, and they love getting pimped and macked on. They've been doing it since the beginning of time. So let's cut it out with the whole.
No. We're in agreement. It doesn't
they're
mean
fucking
that you don't
cowardly,
save them, right? Yeah, we are in agreement there. It doesn't mean that you give up. Why are you coming
Bro,
here every day?
I sat in front of gang members.
Those guys.
I sat in front of gang members who did 10 years, 20 years in prison, who were continually shooting and getting shot at. And I said, you guys are doing all this. How about you? I go, I'm not advocating this, but do you see how crazy this is, that you're all doing this for nothing? For nothing. You're going to prison, you're getting shot at, shooting people for nothing. You could stand on something and actually feel good about yourself and what you've created and left here. And they go, oh, we're not going to do that. So they'll shoot each other, go to jail for 10, 20 years over colors and bullshit and street names, but not for eternal word and principle.
I'm not sure what your point is, that some people out here are ignorant.
That's not being tricked.
Shit.
That's a punk-ass coward who wants to act like a man but not be one.
I already told you I agree with that.
The consequences of accepting less for themselves and others.
Yes, we already agree on that. We're talking about those out there. Apparently, you think there are some who you can reach, or else you can keep your message to yourself.
You presume that every time I come on here, it's that I have to bring a message to change people. That's just the effect of me being me and creating and facilitating here in many ways.
No. I'm not talking about every time, but I've seen you make an attempt to change motherfuckers, to be patient, to try and help a motherfucker. You're intentionally
I'm passionate about truth and revealing it and facilitating other folks seeing it if they're able to, the way I see it, if they see value in it. There's a lot of
my point. They're not all tricks that are just love the system. Some just don't know better. They haven't been shown.
Yeah, the majority of them statistically are like 95, 98% of folks.
I agree.
Want to continue to choose what's more comfortable and easier for them day to day because they ain't got the will and the wherewithal to step up and gut up to the plate. It's that
a lot of them will tell you that outright.
Well, David Rodriguez and Jilly DeCastro said, we ain't gonna do that. We got a bunch of money and a bunch of places to be, and we got a comfortable life. We gonna do that.
Yeah.
And over the course of months and months, more and more DeCastro seems to be coming on board. Right? The more he has me back and I have to cry in his face and everyone's face because I don't know what you all think this is. I put my whole life into this. And it ain't just traveling without a fucking plate license and everything else. So, they'll get it at some point that it wasn't about being a metaversal star like that. All the other shit's extras. I say it all the time. I came in with everything that I needed as a being. Right. And everything else after has been extras. And if I have to, the way this walk goes, I may have to give it all up. If not completely, forever, for a time, because I may have to sit down. Right. That's the nature of this game. I'm living the information. I don't get to go here and there and, live like everyone else, per se. Right. I really don't.
Yeah.
When I move, that could be my last move for the next 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So I'm not living in the same reality as everyone else. And I have to just reconcile that. So again, it's not that I'm fearless by any means. Every time I get in that car, and lately, like I've gotten comfortable again because I was over hanging with Jennifer and she's driving around. So I got to worry about it. When I was up on the property, he gave me the truck. So I really got to worry about it. Now, if they stop me, which they stopped my buddy in that same truck, he went and had to go sit for 33 days.
Yeah.
So it just, again, when you're living like that, your life has to change because you have to get so comfortable with living in fear that you just push forward and live with no regrets, right? So you go, okay, the fear is going to be here because of what they may do to me, but what I'm standing for and what I'm doing is bigger than all that. That's the sacrifice. That's what leads.
Check this out. This is what I've learned. When I first run up on those cops, I used to literally shake, and a lot of us do. We call it rumble school. Your adrenaline is so fucking bad you can't even control yourself. But you go back out repeatedly, and then it becomes the norm, and that fear subsides.
Well, that's what Curtis Jackson, right? When I played the book, he talks about what's the one thing he can pinpoint that nobody understands about him. He goes, bro, the way that I've lived for so long, I've become so accustomed to dealing with fear that it just doesn't affect me like the normal person. And that's why I bring up this idea of heroin, because whether it was intentional or not, subconsciously, if you just picture sitting there like this, 5-10 times a day, and every time you go to do that, you're playing Russian roulette, right? And then eventually it happens a couple of times and you get woken up. So just from that one experience of living the way I do is like I've gotten so comfortable on some level of just saying, fuck it, roll it another time, roll it another time, roll it another time. If I could do that with pills and powder, of course I could do that with this.
Yeah. That's just another, go ahead, Trey.
So what I'm going to say is this, is that if you want to know the results of what Paul's talking about, it was the same with me. When I came in here and I pretty much found Paul in a serendipitous way. And Paul being as open as he is, I actually brought some writing whatever motion does, bring in the court just about to go and deal with on some, traffic stuff, right? But let me tell you what the difference is. It's not like I haven't been doing this stuff for decades and always win pretty much. But the point is this, is that this is the first time when I walked in there and did the presentment that I didn't have that fear. It had nothing to do with the knowledge or intelligence. It had to do with the presentment. And listen, let me just say this much. At some point, I got to put it together. And I think I kind of owe it to Paul. I don't like to be egoic with this stuff. So I do document everything. So I have everything from the
shit out of you here like I do with everyone. They don't understand what I do here until they go to court and they go, I feel a lot less scared in here all of a sudden. They go, yeah, because I fucking tore you apart up there and I pointed out every little fucking eccentricity and every little comma where it's twisted. So now, it's you just get how that works. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's good because I wanted that solidifies that point I'm trying to make for Brielle. Really, is what I'm trying to do is or for witness here is the fact that you only get comfortable by doing it, and we can't always be doing it. Again, we don't all want to go to prison. We all don't want to do drugs. We don't want to learn it that way that Wes Watson did, or Paul did, or Joe Cool, or anyone else did. We have to at least be able to somehow gain the wisdom from those stories of what they've learned to survive it, right, without having to live through it. And it's like you don't need to piss on the electric fence to get the lesson. You can actually listen.
You know that that's not part of who we're created to be. Like all the history was characterized by a certain age, you got to go to war, or we don't even listen to you, right? So isn't that a coming of age kind of idea? Like, who the fuck's going to listen to you? All throughout the ages, right? If you came up like any of these soy boy, effeminate males who ain't done shit and been nowhere, no one's gonna listen to them throughout history. They say, "How many wars you been through, bro? You been battle tested? Who are you?
You kind of gotta have a story.
Family name? What's your deal?" Right? If it's not like William Wallace from here and motherfuckers know you, they ain't walking with you.
This is true.
And I just want to finish what I was saying, Joe, before I yield here. But that I do have the documentation starting from my dash camera, the unlawful traffic stop, to me talking to these defalcators at the site, and me just telling them is like, this guy said, "Oh, he's the ticket writer." I'm like, "Oh, just give me the how to be somewhere." And then it goes to the next one of me going about 3 clerk visits. The last one with me sending the cops in that they called on me to go in there and force them to push a document onto the record. The last and that ended with them coming out and saying, "Listen, these people are being assholes. The day's over, but go to your hearing tomorrow. I know this judge is gonna do you right or whatever." I forget, but the bottom line is, I also have the footage of that conversation, going to the judge, getting my presentment done very honorably, and having the dismissal done right then and there. And I have it documented, the whole thing, beginning to end. I just need to edit it because, especially the clerk visits, like everything I do, a sentence is 15 minutes wait when they go talk to their esquire and then come back, and a new person comes, and another one goes back another 20 minutes.
Why you gotta do this, tribal fellow? I don't care if something comes of it. I'm going to reflex. I'm going to be egoic, like they say. All this wound up. They charged me for this nonsense right here because I wound up walking around the building and going through security and, and not getting searched. They charged me unlawful conduct, which when you look it up, isn't even really, it's not even real.
Okay, so
they told you to do stuff and you didn't do it, and there's nothing.
If you were doing something unlawful, then there would be a specific law that you broke, right? And they would charge you with that.
Yeah, but that's why it's more macking on you, because they're like, "Oh, it's unlawful conduct," but usually it's illegal. No, this time it's unlawful conduct. Okay, what I do when it's unlawful? Loss, injury, harm? No, you just didn't do what we said, right? So it's not even illegal or unlawful. You just didn't like what I did. It's a misdemeanor, right? Your demeanor was not what the fuck we expect from a slave. I get that, but it feels better for me to have that experience. So you need to walk in.
No, I don't, sir. I have rights and you have duties and obligations, sir, and you will uphold your duties.
Just for the noise, right? Just for the
wait, I was digging that. I ain't never seen that shit.
Yeah, man, I was watching that too.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be able to have some of those experiences in your life, and they'll say, "Well, that's ego." Like, no, I want to feel like a man, and that's how I do it. Sometimes is stuff like that. When I'm in that mood. And you could call it egoic, but we all need a little bit of that. Like I wasn't acting like a tough guy. I told him, you know, I'm going to show you right now, and I don't care what comes of it, that you're not going to tell me this one what I'm going to do and not do. Simple. And you saw the look on his face, and they go into their phone. You're a punk ass coward. That's, again, this is like what they'll say. Sorry, Joe Cool, that I have an N-word. My father told me you live like an N-word, right? Because at some point I ascertained, like, this is all about respect. This whole game of life is about respect and power. So you want to tell me I'm not going to respect myself, you're not going to respect me, and I have no power, and I don't accept those terms. So I'm going to act in an empowered way and inspire myself and others and do what's true and what's right, and I'm going to respect myself, whether you respect me or not. You will respect me. So go in your phone and call somebody else up to come deal with me because you're a hoe. You just told me what the fuck I was going to do, and it was going to happen, and oh yeah, and then I didn't, and walked through the thing, and it rang because, yeah, sometime I got shit on me, who knows what. Just like we had a conversation one day. Oh, how come you all came in here with guns on your hip? I go, you all have guns. You think I'm going to come in here where you say there's criminal scum in here? I'm not one of them. So of course I'm going to have guns here more than anywhere because this is where all the criminals are. Doesn't that make sense? You all got them in your servants. I got 2 guns on me if you got 1. That's how that works. And I'm not having any other conversation any other way about your beliefs because it doesn't make any sense.
You should be a cop watcher. That's exactly how we talk. Every fucking communication I have sounds very similar to that. You don't get to tell me what to do, motherfucker. You got guns. Well, yeah, you should be a cop.
I heard
watcher,
how much you made. I'm gonna be a cop watcher now.
Right on.
But you see, what Paul did was,
it ain't about none of that, right? And I get we're just joking, not joking. It's a bit, non-bit. But go ahead and do everything in your life for how much you're going to get to. And you may not get any of that. And you may get your ass thrown in jail and get a whole other kind of experience that you needed.
I did it for a year and a
Standing
half.
boldly and
It didn't make
confidently
any
in
money.
truth is not the same as ego.
let me say this: the next time after that incident, I told you where the clerks, where I had the policy enforcers, they called on me because I was starting to say, hey, you know, you guys are in violation, blah, blah, you know, threatening suits and stuff. They called the police on me, right? So and they come, and immediately I told them they're refusing to do their duty to file these paperwork. Here's a seal right here. This belongs in a court record, blah, 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 blah. They went back there. Like Paul, matter of fact, I later found out that Paul has a similar experience there on his channel too, on the old one. This I found out later. But anyhow, they go back there, and that's when I had that experience. The next time I went in for a different incident to the clerks, and one of the lady cop, you know, the assistant one, came with that one that time. And when I was saying what was going on at this incident here, it was so late. She said to me, look, sir, this time we can't go back there. They're already closed. I can't go back there. They're already like apologizing to me. They said, no, you did nothing wrong. You have nothing wrong with your behavior. I said, oh, so they just called me because they don't want to do their work, and they're now taking abuse of your position here. And they said, well, you know, they're our boss. I said, no, actually, they're not. The judicial branch, and even at a stretch, you're part of executive. So no, you actually work for the people, and you don't work for them, and they work for the people. And they said, yes, you're right, you know, but it was a closing hour because, like I said, they intentionally stretch it out, you know, because, you know, I came hours. I was there hours. You know, they literally drained the battery out of my pen cam. It's just nonsense, you know. Yet, while the whole time I'm there, right, the radical customers stand in line and pay their fine.
Let me see in there.
We're reminiscing now because Joe says I should cop watch as if I haven't had enough of these interactions with these people just over regular day-to-day living on Denver.
I love your presentments on these, Paul. These are the best. Just the whole attitude you have here is the one to emulate.
Because I was in the car with somebody who hit a slave because the slave was riding an electric bike on the sidewalk, and then this guy didn't signal the way he was supposed to, as quick as he was supposed to, I guess. And slave was watching TV on a bike, smoking reefer, riding on the sidewalk, ran into the side of the car when we went to go turn. So he was in the street bleeding. And then the cops started with all the, oh, you know, we're going to question you and we want to look through this and do this. And, you know, so this is about halfway in. But, you know, and you'll see the broad. That's what triggered it was in my mind was her, just her countenance. You'll see.
You have this thing where you ask questions like 2 and 3 times, huh? You don't hear the first time. I don't need to identify myself.
You do because you were in the accident, so I have to put you in the accident report.
I don't wish to identify myself.
Sound like
Doesn't
one of
exactly
us.
make you want to talk to her when she's got an attitude with everyone, you know what I mean? She kept asking me the same 3-4 questions over and over again.
Yeah. That
Hey,
irritates
but I
me too.
appreciate you, bud. You know, you were cordial and kind, and you know, you answered how you thought, but I don't.
We all just gotta play in the same sandbox and just gotta be good. So.
Sure. Well, like I said, you know, when she's asking questions 2 or 3 times, like she don't hear the answer the first time, that makes me a little, you know, she just has an energy about her. You know?
She's busy trying to figure this. Did you see it?
I didn't see him. That's why I was asking you about the blind spot, because
Were you in the car?
Yeah, when we turned, you know, he was in that blind spot. And he was moving quick too, because I think that thing is fucking motorized or something, but he was clipping.
Should be riding behind us. And I could see him.
Well, she was speaking to me, so are you giving me an order?
I am giving you an order. Go sit over there.
Really? Well,
Go sit
you
over
do understand
there.
that I'm liable for compensation if you order me around, right? Because I'm not your subject. You're actually a public servant, right? So you serve the people. I don't serve you. Strange concept, I know. So what happened?
You serve the people. Yeah. We don't serve.
Yeah, it says right there to serve. It says to serve and protect right there, right? Well, she was speaking to me, so I walked over to engage her, right? And then when I walked over, she played the game of I'm Too Close, which is a game that a lot of policy enforcement play. Is first they engage you and they get in your space, and then when you come over and you're 6 feet away to try to engage them, they play the You're Too Close game. That's irrelevant, sir. I'm also free to stay. So when I'm ordered around and I'm told what to do by somebody who works for me, I get a little bit perturbed, right? You absolutely do, sir. Do you not believe that you work for me? Do you not believe that you take money?
You personally.
Each individual member of the people, right? Because even someone who's not an American citizen, if you witness a crime in progress, have a duty to uphold the law, which is different than legal process, right? So you are a policy enforcement officer. Yes, me, not me personally, me as a man, right? If aid is need to be, and I work for you as well, sir. I work for you as well, in a sense, right? Because I uphold the law, which applies to all men and women in this realm, universal law, right? So we all work for each other in this realm of upholding what's true and what's right. You do it in uniform, I do it out of uniform. It's the only difference.
They're like true and right. What the fuck is that?
And if you like, sir, I actually have videos of 30-year sergeants who have the same opinion, and after 2 months of dialogue with me, have agreed that I'm sure you don't care, sir, because we live in a time where the real pandemic is not caring about what's true and what's right? Everybody's ego is kind of in the way nowadays, and it's kind of why we're all going to suffer and suffering now, right? So at some point you will care, sir, and by then it might be too late, right? So, and that's obviously not a threat directly from me. What's the real pandemic? Well, there's multiple pandemics. If you look at the definition of what pandemic is, right? COVID-19 is not one of them. Fear is one of them. Lack of personal responsibility is one of them. Lack of accountability is another one of them. It ties in there, yeah. right? Because responsibility is the ability to respond. Accountability is the ability to account for your response, right? So they tie into each other, however, they're not the same.
You tried to correct me and tell me it's the same thing. So I had to,
Yeah, that's set up.
A little bit of a speech lesson, I guess.
You know what another pandemic is? Public servants believing that they have more rights, abilities, and privileges than the men and women that they're supposed to protect and serve, right? Maybe so. Maybe it may not apply to you, but I have witnessed it in a disconcerting amount, right? Disconcerting number of individuals.
Just a cross-section of society.
Absolutely right. That's why I don't judge the individual by what what the collective does, right? I don't do that in any situation because, again, responsibility and accountability, right? You might have true responsibility and accountability.
Most people see my uniform and make a lot of assumptions right away.
I've had a lot of bad experiences, but again, consciousness and understanding and compassion, right, leads us to a certain place where we can connect with each other regardless of our differences, because truly we have similarities that are deeper than all that, right? We are human, right? We do share a common bond. There you go. Okay, so any individual who upholds policy and law and does it based on the Constitution and universal law, which is what the Constitution is codified as, I have no issue with any of those individuals, right? Because they are providing a service, you know?
Scary what people give up in the name of safety.
That's the real pandemic. Another real pandemic, right, is for your safety, right? Rights and freedoms go out the window for benefits, privileges, and safety, and that's when we see downfalls of free societies. And we're witnessing it right now. So I'm glad that you recognize that. It means that you have a little bit of intelligence and you have a little bit of care in your heart and you want to know the truth. And you want.
You ever read how the health department enacted this whole mask thing?
Absolutely.
From Colorado CRS? It's terrifying.
Sure. And exactly, because COVID itself, by definition, is a flu virus. It's a cold virus, right? And the CDC is a private corporation who has now subverted the rule of law within the confines of the United States for policy and procedure, which most men and women think is law, right? They think mandates are law. They think Colorado revised statute is law. And that's what the work I'm doing, right? Like I said back before, I uphold the law outside of uniform by teaching men and women to be accountable, responsible for themselves, and to stop turning to other people to save them and get them out of the trials and tribulations they're having in their life, right? Because all they're going to wind up doing is losing all of our God's gifts, so to speak, right? Exactly, inalienable rights. Hey, I appreciate you, bro. Thank you, sir.
Right, you're gonna get a ticket today. Right. So
You're onto it. Hey, I think I'm out of here, but hey, I appreciate you, bro.
And see, that's the difference is I try to identify who's going to be the fucking low life infidel problem and who's going to be an open mind and heart. And I try to facilitate. And by the end of it, the guy who's talking shit is feeling like a jerk off because I'm bonding with the other guy as a man. And you want to act like a punk ass coward and play wall up games. Right. So, I identify who's not going to be open, who I can't deal with. I just kind of dress them down. And then I move on to who I see is watching me and listening and has an intention and piping up a little bit. And then we get somewhere. So I try to do that with at least one officer, if not multiple, every time I have any one of these interactions. And that's what makes me so respectable and effective, is because I'm not there to prove a point. I'm not there to go to war with them. I'm there to give them an opportunity to be a better man if they want to take it. If not, they go on record as being a bunch of infidel scum, and good luck with that. So
we actively
you got
talk
to
about these things before we go out there, and we separate the good cop that's wouldn't listen from the cop that wants to be a bully, and we talk about our different tactics. You grab this guy, I grab. We actively talk about these things. I keep saying it in my head. This nigga needs to be out there fucking watching the fucking police, man, because you do the same shit we do.
Hey, remember the live stream that you did with Audit Them? It was the same thing. As he went in there, he separated that lady at the first. He did it with his own rap, but Paul was there live streaming with him, egging him on. And there's that one bad chief that was saying some stuff, and then you said no, you separated. Then Audit Them gave the good rap. And as he was praising the good cop that took whatever his employer was cooperating, he didn't take it, but he was cooperating up to that point till the chief came and started interrupting. Every time he started separating him, the chief stepped physically further back. Remember that? And he
Are
went
you
further
talking
back
about
again.
the one I went with Audit Them, or you saying Paul went out with them?
No. Audit Them came live on Paul's channel, and the serendipity and the synchronicity was great because first he says, "Yeah, I have to be somewhere, but I could do a couple cop watch stuff. I see some cherries and berries here." He goes. So when it pulled over a guy with no tags, he said it was an elderly African American guy, and the cops let him go. He drove away. Yep. We don't know why, because Audit Them stood on the sidewalk, did just a cop watch, didn't say anything. He tried to get the guy's tag. He didn't have a tag. And then he went off to the police station because he said, everything's closed and we're joking around on it, this and that. He says, yeah, but the police station's one place I could pull a FOIA in 24 hours. So I'm going there now. I got past one on the way to where I'm going. So he goes to the police station and that's where it happened. And then the day after, then Paul's channel got banned. So I don't know if it was because of the action, the excitement, because I could just see the chatter in the chat saying, hey, we should all start doing this stuff live. Like right now, I feel like hopping on my bike right now or just flying the drone over the neighborhood and see if there's any cherries and berries in the next mile and hopping on the bike so they can't say nothing about anything and just going up and putting Paul on the speakerphone to him.
I caught one yesterday, man. It was a shootout. They said it lasted like 5 minutes. By the time I got there, the police was coming. There was holes in cars. One side was gone. The other side was up there still mad. There was a fight. One guy was all beat up. They was still out flipping over garbage cans and angry and shit.
So why don't you do some live cop watches when you come on to Paul's panel once in a while, just for some
probably
spice?
will. My car's been down for months. I just got it back yesterday. I think it was the first day I got it back. I've taken it to like 5 or 6 different mechanics. I finally ended up taking it to the dealership and they charged me an arm and a leg, which was what I was trying to avoid and still spent a lot of money trying to avoid. Yeah, I normally do that. I'm on a bunch of panels and I always catch cop watches while I'm on panels. I'm sure it'll happen on Paul.
I know it's
Hey, brothers and sisters, can we bring this back to me? We might have to make this a lost episode. I might have to.
Hey, Paul, why don't you pull up my channel, man, and check out?
I swear, if I wait, because I can't do it. If I wake up tomorrow to the fucking channel blocked again because of fucking Tommy's nonsense, I'm just gonna be like, why did I do that? I made a bad decision last night. I shouldn't even come on. Well,
hey, Paul, pull up my channel if you don't mind, man, and watch a couple of my shorts, man, and see if I ain't doing the exact same shit that you do.
Well, go ahead.
May I interject as counselor, cult counselor, is that if that's the case, we need a tacit agreement here that we'll see a tag that says @PimpUnslaved somewhere in the description at the end of these shorts as a reciprocal generosity of Paul playing it on his his bestowed upon his which I say is highly esteemed audience.
Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow, man, because I'm gonna wrap up anyway, and then I don't mind, going over your stuff, and then maybe tomorrow that's what we'll do if you're here.
Well, the moment have been that past. I just wanted to show you I am literally just doing the same shit, man. Why are you digging in that guy's pocket? Even your laws tell you can't go in that guy's pocket when you don't do that. We are literally saying the same shit, damn near verbatim.
Yeah, but you kind of reminded me of like what I was doing at one point that I don't ever really focus on, and a lot of folks who came at a certain point may not be aware of it. So, everyone else is like all about whatever they're doing. So I could come on and show some of my videos and some of yours and talk about it and whatever the fuck,
Yeah, I'd like to see some of your other shit too.
This is new to me.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that side of him. Right,
well, there you go. So nobody's aware. I'm so egoic that I don't even show everyone what the fuck I've done that everyone else is like so hung up on them doing constantly.
Oh, I have watched that video many times. Trust me. Hey, it's not quite as popular, but I've been watching the fire department because it is a natural human right to have fire. I mean, who was it that gave us fire?
Prometheus.
Thank you. Well, I'm a bit of a pyromaniac, and I have land that was clear cutted, so it was just slash piles, and so I've been burning for many years, just burning, and not a lot of people are really afraid of fire, and like to call the authorities to come and check if you're having maybe a big fire on your land. There's many people that are think that that's in some way causing some loss, injury, or harm. And so I have been, I don't have a lot of experience with cops. I'm not a cop watcher, and I'm not traveling freely, but I am burning. I am maintaining a fire, a hearth in my home, in whatever size that I don't know, just throwing it out there that there's a lot of different levels of this. When we just focus on just the cops, I mean, it's one aspect and it's very important, but it's not the only.
I totally understand you. Again, in Colorado, it's illegal to burn the shit at times, and when I left, it was illegal. And I've seen people do exactly what you said. Some people might burn at night, some people burn early in the morning, but they're like, you don't get to tell me that I can't burn. You can't collect water, can't collect rainwater.
You can. You can.
You can, but I mean, sometimes I've been looking over my shoulder, it feels so wrong. I mean, just so many of these.
Are you in Colorado? Not asking as a creeper. Are you in Colorado?
That's exactly what a creeper would say.
Like,
well, I'm about to hurt your feelings, Missouri man.
Creepy person. So how could you not be asking as a creeper?
Well, it wouldn't be creeper because I already clearly told the lady that since she's a cigarette smoker, she's
literally did a broadcast bragging about fucking a drunk 17-year-old.
No, that's your narrative, but we're not here to get into that. I am going to ask you about that.
Person alive. It's one thing. Even I'm not even going to play the self-righteous thing. If it was a 17-year-old, okay.
You shouldn't play the self-righteous thing because
you're Tommy Hefner, but a drunk 17-year-old. Come on, bro.
No, see, you're gripping to your narrative, and half the people on this panel already know the true story.
You chased the woman off. See, this is what you do.
No, you made it creepy because you're an ugly fat creeper.
Gotta go.
I said I was up here for
you did a lot from women, especially. Gotta go.
Well, do you want to ask that question? You want to talk about the number count? Because I had an answer for that, and I'm not even up here.
Hey, what do you think? Am I going to get my channel stricken if I let you say that?
For shit, you do.
No, I'm
everything you've ever been struck for has been something you did.
For homosexual, is that going to get me stricken?
Why would you, if you stand on rights and freedoms, why the fuck would you care? Unless you need this for an income. You need this for an income. I think you're being fake and you're just going to walk into a fucking painted
Clearly, they've proved that over and over again, or at least there's contention over it. And I have to keep walking them back.
Prove what?
I'd rather not keep having to prove to them that I have rights and freedoms and walk them back off channel strikes every couple months. That would have had us completely gone forever already if I didn't keep walking them back. I'd rather
you don't walk them back. They either clear up or you
and everyone else is not doing it all. Okay.
Why don't you know how this platform works?
Doing you and everyone else's work in life.
No one's doing my work but me, bitch. Do you want to talk about what I came up here for?
You don't do anything.
Flow State, why do you two act like you don't know each other?
I don't know him.
You had all kinds of interaction with Z's channels and Ian's channels, which is where Flow State is from. And the first time you came up here, you two talked for hours like you didn't know who each other were. And if you had to be acting. He knew who you were when he came here. You knew who he was before he ever came here. And his first arrival, you guys talk like strangers.
We didn't know each other.
That's what I'm asking, because I say that's bullshit. That's like if I show up.
You can say that's bullshit. I don't know how you would
see,
know.
This is why you're slow, flat earther. Do you know he's a flat earther, Paul?
I don't care.
But you used to try and walk the
Tell
line
me
between
again how
not admitting
Bastion
that
can
you're
exist
not, and
besides the
like
pressurized
you were
system.
a gathering place for Discworlders until they found out you're bloated.
When have I said one way or the other that I'm a this or that earther?
That's what I'm saying. You never have. You've only implied where you felt it needed to be fit to get people to stay, like you do.
No,
you're not a
wrong.
real anything. This is why you bullshit Christianity. It's why you bullshit the Tao. It's why you're not a solid anything, because you're just trying to make a career.
You're like really off on a lot of this stuff, like always. I don't do anything because I'm going to perceive it's going to keep or make people leave. If I did that, I'd have way more people. I know you.
And I want to say that I don't make positive claims about the shape of the Earth either. I just make negative claims against NASA.
Right, and I'm just a very objectively logical person. I'd like to believe, so I'm not going to make a claim that I can't substantiate. Or if I do, I'm going to say it would seem to me to be. I'm going to do a Clausen in a way.
Yeah,
some folks might say it would seem to me to be. My perception is I'm not going to make a claim that the Earth is flat. I know it. You know,
and that's the trap that a lot of people fall into, is trying to make a positive claim when all you have evidence for is a negative. You know.
But we know NASA is not a space agency.
I like him at this volume.
Lower's even better. Actually, the silent exit is his best move. Is what I think is
let me talk to
and I can't wait to hear what Rob Cleveland has to say to this guy.
The background noise for the ambience is kind
few words that have force, and I love to hear words of force because that's how I learned.
And let me ask you this question.
Rob believes that I'm the wordsmith, but I truly believe he is. When Rob speaks, every word tells. I'm like a little bit Tommy with the flow.
Tommy thinks I'm up here like you crafting how people are going to like receive me here and there about flat earthing. Like, oh no, they're going to leave.
I don't want to rely on a black man, but
well, Tommy has been able to vocalize explosive diarrhea syndrome.
I've hit on people's daughters on this broadcast. I've hit on their sisters. I've
to no avail. To no avail. You hit on a 17-year-old girl on your own
right? That's fine. I'm just saying.
I'm
the most politically correct guy around, and I'm not for freedom.
Remember how you talked to Grace Thorpe before I told you she was 17?
But Tommy, I gotta ask you a question.
Before I told you
Hold
she
on,
was 17.
square-headed person. Let me talk to the insane person.
Let me talk to Flow State.
You're in a flow state right now. You're like menstruating.
God damn it, you fat fucking retard. Oh, and Joe Cool's still a faggot laugh. Great.
Come on, man. No, this is the last episode. Now, Tom,
come in good.
Tom, you fucked yourself, Tom.
You
Tom
showed respect.
Tom, you're not getting your broadcast heroin now. This is going away. And because I don't care about numbers or anything else, I don't care. So this
and I no longer care that Flow State got framed as a pedo. I don't care to come tell him about it. And I don't care to tell you you weren't classy with his poor girl.
So you lost out on another one of your addictions, which
yes, I always lose whenever I spend time with Paul. It's always a loss.
Because after I end this in a few minutes, it's like it never happened, and you didn't get
you ended it when you hit record your first day.
Comment on it and tell everyone about it to go over there. Nope, it's over.
Because
you want to keep yelling about homosexuals.
Wait. Do you think that I need you to get people to come to my videos? Hold on. Do you think that I need people to do you think I need you to get views on my videos?
Whatever the question is, yes. Clearly. Yes.
You really
I don't
believe
even
that?
hear it.
You believe that?
Yes.
Paul, it's more likely you will make every effort to keep those
Tom, you need me. Tom,
like,
say it right
I know
now.
what you've seen.
You'll go back to old days if you
I know what you saw that new guy do. You know the new guy.
Show yourself, Tommy. You've been on too long now. Show your face. What are you up to? You look just.
No, you don't get my face,
Am I
faggot.
going to get banned for the F word? I'd like to leave.
No, I can tell you.
Yeah, Tommy, show your face.
Shut
show
him
your
up
face.
and I'll tell you why you're
Is it really you? We really want to know if it's you. Show your face. We got to see what you're up to. I think something's wrong here. We need to see you. We're doing a wellness
and I'll
check
tell
on
you
you,
why
Tommy.
I can say faggot, and you're fine if I
It's a
say
wellness
faggot.
check.
I wouldn't
Sorry.
say I stopped showing guns. I
betting
just
Rob
stopped saying
Cleveland.
faggot,
Raise
and I'll
your
tell you why you're
This
fine.
is why Rob Cleveland doesn't like white people, and I concur.
And Rob is why I don't like black people. I told the dude how to skip.
This is gonna make us all hate white people.
Why are you
Cleveland is
still
very
sitting
well
here,
behaved.
Rob? You could be clearing
I've
pipes
never once seen him steal
for
anything.
$24 fucking an hour. That's better than
How
selling
dare
crack.
you insult Rob Cleveland? He's way more successful
Fuck
than
you,
and
tribe. I never need to see your
attractive
face
and
except the time I cut it.
well-spoken
Fuck
and
off.
centered and balanced and loving.
And I'll leave it on your fucking mother like a
You are
mask.
nothing like Rob Cleveland. You're not received like him, and he just sits there and like the women love him, the guys respect him.
Are you trying to tell me that the women love Tribe? Because that's a goddamn lie. The kids don't like Tribe, the women don't like Tribe, and the men would like to stab Tribe. Tribe is a little dick. This is the only place Tribe is anything. I see Tribe go to other channels and try and be somebody, and they don't have it.
Tommy, we got a whole long list now. You're creating yourself a laundry list at this point. I suggest you yield.
You need to do your laundry. You
Oh,
dirty
yeah.
fucking cracker.
Yeah, he's gonna yield now, right?
Deep hole.
He's gonna take your
You need to
advice.
yield at this. I mean, yeah. It's time to yield, Tommy. You're again the side exit is your best move at this point. It's quit while you're ahead, but you're always been behind. You've always been behind with explosive diarrhea of the mouth, and that's just kind of how it is.
Are you done with the